She did. Oh, yeah. Or Greg. Yeah, I see.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my Democrat colleagues are going to frankly love me and this amendment today. I'm going to tee you up so you can rail against greedy corporations and the wealthy 1%. And here's the good news. This is where you can pull those CEOs aside and the wealthy and just confide in them. Let them know you are sending them hundreds of billions of dollars in cash and tax breaks. Tell them, look, you know, you got that paid medical leave you're already paying for. Don't worry, Washington's going to pick that up. You need healthcare subsidies. Your executives are making $250,000. We can cover that. You want to build a wind farm, maybe Chinese? We can get you cash up front in subsidies for a decade to operate. You need a new Mercedes-Benz? We got a check for you. And isn't your kid going to an Ivy League school? We can get them a Tesla truck and a big tax break for that university. We understand from the New York Times that their endowment in the billions is really doing well after they began hiding those dollars in offshore tax havens. You can also tell your friends to ignore the names you're called today because, wink, wink, next week, we're going to provide you a huge tax break for the wealthy by repealing SALT. Are we serious about this? Just let them know last night, almost unanimously, you voted to insist on a $300 billion tax break only for millionaires and billionaires. $300 billion tax break for millionaires and billionaires that would have gone to the working poor to make sure they didn't pay taxes. So you've got their back in a serious way. So I want to make clear what this amendment does. After that humiliating surrender to the Taliban in Afghanistan, we are not going to surrender economically to China, to Russia, to Europe, or Japan. We are not sending jobs, manufacturing, research, investment overseas. It's all staying here in America where it belongs. We are going to continue to be the most competitive economy in the world. We are not going to have the worst tax rates in the world. No one's yet told us what's wrong with 21% because that gave us the opportunity to grow our economy, grow paychecks, grow jobs, and grew household income more in 1 year than on all 8 years Joe Biden was in the White House last time. We're going to continue to lift our people out of poverty, not China. We're going to create more opportunity for people of color, low income, low skilled, all those left behind by the Obama-Biden worst economic recovery in our lifetimes. And no, we're not going to punish Americans for investing in America. We need that investment in our businesses, our struggling communities, in our economy. So no, capital gains will not go higher than China's. Why all this? Because this isn't about corporations or the wealthy, it's about workers. It's about families and customers and retirees and communities that our businesses invest in. They bear the burden. They always bear the burden. We saw this last time Joe Biden was in the White House. Slow growth, stagnant paychecks, jobs moving overseas. It was so bad that after 8 years in office, most Americans thought they were still in a recession. Workers, customers, retirees whose retirement depend upon the success of the business, the communities that were hurt so bad when every week it seemed like we read about a new U.S. company moving overseas, picking up and leaving communities devastated. That's not going to happen again under this amendment. We're not going to repeat that mistake. We are going to build back in America, not China. And that, Mr. Chairman, is the title of this amendment. Build back in America, not China. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my point of order, but I'd like to speak on my friend's amendment.
The gentleman from California is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge all of my colleagues to vote against this. And I'll just take the ranking member at his word, and that is that he wants to help the workers. And I just want to remind folks that that's exactly what our bill does. It helps the workers. There's a child tax credit, an earned income tax credit, renewable energy to deal with this incredible devastation that's being brought about by climate change, better health care, better schools, better education. This is about the people that we represent. And remember that the corporate rate was 35% for 25 years before Congress lowered it to 21% in 2017. And many of you were on the committee when the Republicans pushed that bill through. And I don't think any of us ever heard from anyone in corporate America that we should lower that to 21%. I had visits from folks who wanted it down to 28%, some 25%, but no one, the people that benefit from this, no one came to us and said it's got to be 21%. This was just a flat giveaway to corporations. So the proposed rate in our bill of 26.5% is still very low by historic standards and very fair. Then this amendment also conveniently ignores the fact that we're lowering the corporate rate for small businesses and holding businesses with under $5 million in taxable income. We're holding those folks harmless on this. I don't think it's too much to ask corporations to pay a bit more into the system in order to help families, to help workers, to help our communities, and to help our environment in regard to addressing climate change. So I would urge a no vote on this, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The eagerness to raise taxes is abundantly clear. I'm concerned that the ramifications are not fully grasped or understood, or perhaps they are. Even President Obama acknowledged that we needed a more competitive corporate tax rate. He saw the inversions taking place over and over and over again. Companies leaving America, taking all percentage points of taxes with them, not just 21%, not just 25%, 26% on up. The eagerness to increase taxes has me very concerned. You know, since there were actually thousands of inversions before we passed tax reform, TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Thousands of inversions, thousands of U.S. companies leaving our shore for another more suitable country as it relates to tax policy. So we tackled that 4 years ago. We passed, after literally years of discussions, to recall the so-called camp draft, the working groups. I was glad to chair the financial services working group that allowed us to engage and talk about where we should head on tax policy as it relates to financial institutions. These were bipartisan in nature. These were discussions that took place prior to tax reform. Nothing similar has happened with this agenda here. When we saw thousands of companies leave our country and take all their taxes with them, and then we reformed the tax code to become more competitive, since we passed TCJA, 0 inversions. What are we likely to do? What are we likely to see happen when we raise the rate? We're likely to see inversions happen again. That means the companies will take all their taxes with them, not just the 21% or the 25 on up. I'm not even confident that the rate that we have here in the text right now will be the one that remains. We have this stack of text here that has not been available for very long for reasonable people to sort through and look for various parts that are perhaps troubling or problematic, perhaps even unintentionally. We've already found, I think, some unintended text. As I spoke yesterday on the sustainable aviation fuels, we're likely to see more imported fuel for aviation when we could get it from here in America. But they'll check the box that it's blended in the US, even though the product actually came from other countries, even though they could get it from our own producers here in America. Was that on purpose? I'm not sure. But we have a scenario here that, and I know that there's huge pressure to get this through, get this done, check the box. I just urge extreme caution in terms of doing something that will likely trigger problems in the economy. I think, as I've stated earlier in this discussion in prior days, that the lack of workers across America, not just my district, but lack of workers and job vacancies across America is contributing to the supply chain disruption. I know some of you said, well, that's in part because of childcare. That's a function of the workforce too. I think of the child care facility director who told me that wage mandates force her to raise her rates. I'd say that's a pretty regressive policy that hits families hard, that produces pain across America when it doesn't need to. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which continues the unconscionable tax break given to corporations through the 2017 tax bill. 91 corporations like Amazon, General Motors, and Netflix paid no federal income tax despite making many billion dollars in profit. These corporations benefited immensely throughout the pandemic because poor workers who needed the pay had no choice but to show up at work. Vulnerable employees showed up every day to keep supermarkets open, cook our meals, deliver food or packages, save lives as nurses, and so much more while the bosses were allowed to stay home and get rich. These workers risked their lives for us. Many put off health care because they couldn't miss work or couldn't afford it. So the least we can do is to ask corporations whose profits grew and grew and grew during the pandemic to help by paying their fair share in order to support the workers that make these companies rich. These billionaire CEOs can't keep profiting if our roads and bridges crumble, just as they can't keep profiting if workers are sick or lose their homes or lack the education they need. Healthy, stable, educated workers are what we provide to corporations. In exchange, the corporations need to help pay for the human infrastructure. In addition to making corporations pay their fair share, or really any share, if you're one of the many that paid nothing, we also need to roll back the tax cuts which made this inequality worse. After the Trump tax cuts, the bottom 80% of Americans received an average tax cut of about $700. For the top 1%, the average tax cut was $50,000. It was not even close. We were told it's okay for the rich to get more in tax cuts because they will make sure that it trickles down to the rest of us. Nothing could be further from the truth. After the tax cuts, median family income increased by just a few dollars each month. Neither did we see the promised investments into research and development. Instead, corporations spent $800 billion to buy back stock and pad their bottom lines. It's not just corporations. According to a study by ProPublica, the top 25 earners, like amateur astronauts Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, paid an effective tax rate of 3.4%. By comparison, most Americans who cannot afford their own rocket ship paid closer to 14%. And they don't even deny it. The rich will tell you they're not breaking any law, and they're not. The fact is, it's perfectly legal to avoid most taxes if you're rich enough. As the loser of the 2020 presidential election said, he brilliantly used the tax code to pay no more than I am legally required. The rich get away with it because we let them, and then they brag about it. Well, it's time to change the law. Paying your fair share of taxes doesn't mean you can't still be fabulously wealthy. The income inequality in our country is so bad that if we raise taxes on the top 1%, they will still be the richest people in the world, maybe in the history of the world. They'll just be ensuring that the rest of the workers who made their wealth possible can afford things like healthcare. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes it's fascinating to sit here and listen to people opine on something they've never done before in their life, and that's running a business. They know that if they can develop these different policies, that somehow it'll have a lasting effect on the success in America. But you got to ask yourself, so after we did Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, where the real concern, I can remember the first 8 years I was here, people talking about, we've got to stop these companies from leaving our country. We've got to keep them here at home. And the question was, well, why do they leave? Because the tax rates were too high and regulations made it too difficult for them to be profitable. And we really get upset when we say these corporations are making too damn much money. They're too profitable. And then we say, well, wait a minute then. Your very premise on taxes is that you want to tax profit. That's what people pay taxes on. So if you want to reduce profits in companies, you can do that, but you're going to get less money in taxes. Some of this stuff just doesn't make sense. You know, as Rahm Emanuel said, and it was very clear back when he was part of President Obama's administration, never let a good crisis go to waste. And my goodness, have we watched this one? We have taken advantage of every possible thing we can to say, oh, we just have to do this. We just have to do this. I will tell you what I've mentioned this so many times, and all of you have the same, so in most cases, I think have the same look into the future as I have, and I have 10 grandchildren. What I want to do is make sure that they want to stay home. I want to make sure that they want to stay here in America. I don't want them to have to make a choice to say, you know what, I can no longer afford to stay here. Blue states right now, your people are leaving. They're going to all these red states. Why? Because that's better for them. They have a better business climate. They have a better way of actually keeping some of their own money. And I love the fact that we talk about, hey, don't worry about this. It's paid for. When the government says it's paid for, hardworking American taxpayers better grab their checkbooks and grab their wallets and say, yeah, and I know who's paying for it. There ain't no open bar. Somebody's paying for it. Somebody's going to pay for it down the road. And this is fascinating to sit here today and find out that the real problem we have in America is these damn corporations are making too much profit. And they're going to reinvest this profit, and they're going to hire more people, and they're going to pick up the fringe benefits for more people, and they're going to pay for health care, and they're going to do all these things. But you know what? They have no right to make those kind of profits. What kind of a government would come up with policies that would actually make it possible for more people to have better jobs, better paying jobs, jobs with more benefits, and saying, no, this is the exact problem we have in America. These damn wealthy people get away with too much. And then we just yesterday, we want people that buy these electric vehicles, they're at 100 grand, 115 grand, to say, you know what? We've got to subsidize these poor rich people that are buying these things because they need the money. There's nobody in the district I come from that's debating. I'm talking about the everyday people, not that rich 1% that you all like to beat on all the time. The people that just actually get up every day and go to work, and sometimes they work 2 jobs to keep a roof over the head of their children and food on the table and prepare for the future. But those people all work for companies. And the last time I looked, the only companies that really have any staying power are ones that are profitable. So let's just make it harder for those people to be profitable. And if we can do that, my God, will we level the playing field? Now, we're not raising the standard. We're going to lower the standard to where everybody is below average. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing to do in America? You won't have to worry about building walls to keep people out. They just won't come here anymore. You may want to do is build walls to keep them in and force them to continue to do this. So it's a wonderful day, Mr. Brady. I think this is a tremendous amendment. I think it's a wake-up call for America. I think for all of us who actually have had payrolls and many, many times paid everybody on our payroll except ourselves because we didn't have enough money to do that, but somehow we got through it. It's a wonderful day for those people. And so you know what? We're open in America. We want you to stay home. We want you to come back home. We want you to stay here. We want you to create more jobs. We want you to pick up the tab on more benefits. And we're really for the working man and woman. Because I got to tell you what, guys, you're not. You're not. You can beat any garbage can lid you want against the wall. You're not for the working man and woman. And for you to somehow say that this is about putting a bigger clamp on the rich, this is not about keeping a clamp on the rich. This is about driving jobs overseas. How the hell is that smart? With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always find it very impressive how my Republican colleagues can bring up issues that are not even related to the topic at hand. And since they brought up Afghanistan, I just need to point out that it was the Trump administration that negotiated with the Taliban. It was the Trump administration that wanted to invite them to Camp David, if you remember that. Let's not forget, who invited them? The Trump administration. And it was a complete surrender and capitulation to the Taliban. Very similar to how the Trump administration of Republicans capitulated to corporate America. Instead of saying, hey, you know what? 28% would be the lowest corporate tax rate ever. We're gonna do one even better. You didn't ask for it, but we're gonna have complete surrender and give you 21%, something that you didn't even ask for. So that's the negotiating style of the Republicans when it comes to adversaries that should be pushed back, not negotiated with, held accountable, and make sure that they do their fair share. So here's the thing. I know that a lot of folks said that these tax cuts for corporations were meant to bring back jobs, but they also were their claims were also that it was going to result in higher wages and reinvestment. But instead, it resulted in an explosion of stock buybacks that benefited shareholders and executives. I have an article here from the New York Times. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record. Unanimous consent.
So ordered.
Trump's tax cuts in hand, companies spend more on themselves than on wages. So here's the thing.
It's true.
My colleague from Pennsylvania says somebody is going to pay for it. That is correct. When you give tax cuts to the wealthiest 1% of Americans and corporations, somebody will pay for it. And it's often...
Will the gentleman yield?
I won't yield. It's often the working class who end up paying for it. It's the people who have to drive on bad roads where they have to fix their cars, or the people who have to work 2-3 jobs to make ends meet. They're ones that are paying tons of money to make sure that their kids get ahead. They're the ones that are paying for it at the expense of giving tax breaks to the largest corporations in this country. And we say, yeah, that's not fair. We want to raise the tax rate a little bit higher, but they'll still be competitive on the global scale. So here's the thing. When we do that, what does it mean? It means that instead of the children paying the cost of your tax cut when they're living poverty, we're going to cut child poverty in half. That's going to be a big deal. Instead of making sure that we cut taxes for corporations so they can keep polluting, what do? We invest the largest amount in the history of this country in the green economy, making sure that we can spur good paying jobs in every congressional district. What do when we cut the raise the taxes on corporations that are not paying their fair share. We use that money to build 1.4 million new affordable units of housing over the next 10 years. And we also invest tens of billions of dollars in public schools, businesses, homes, and low-income communities. I understand that you guys don't want to raise taxes on corporations who you believe are the backbone of this country. I believe the American people, the working man and woman, the middle class are the backbone of this country. And that's what we're going to keep on doing. We're going to keep pushing and pushing so that we fight for this community. Here's the thing. We have a vast difference in the role of government and the role of who should be prioritized in any piece of legislation. We've seen that. Your corporate tax cut is permanent. The pittance you guys gave to working men and women, the middle class, expires by 2026. That says it all. Who gets the permanent benefits and who doesn't? That's what we have to keep in mind. So this investment is worth it. I asked my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I asked that we can continue the debate on this important piece of historic legislation. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, is recognized on the amendment.
Yeah, the gentleman from New York mentioned the other day about being a competitor. I'm a competitor, and a lot of us in this room are. But the competition, in my mind, is not in this room. We should be finding a way to work together. The competition is China. China is the real factor. My wife's sitting back there. In 1986, we were in Hong Kong. We were in Beijing. They were a non-factor, zero. I just remember 10 million people walking down in Beijing and a few buses blowing smog. That was the extent of who they were. But in Hong Kong, they were very focused, entrepreneurial. I thought to myself, after being there 10 days, if they ever figure this system out, they're going to be incredible competitors. So for me, it's not about a lot of these countries. We're a global economy, but it is about China. They are coming. They're coming hard. You could argue about India and some other countries, but China is a major, major factor. And that's why I think we've got to find a way not to be picking on each other here, because we're killing ourselves. We need to wake up and understand it's a global economy. It's a new world. 86 was one thing, but here, fast forward 30, 40 years. And when I was in Hong Kong, I asked them, and you can go back and check it. I asked them, what is your corporate rate? They said 20%. I was back there 4 or 5 years ago. I want to know what their corporate rate was. They said 16. And I said, well, 20 seems fair. Why did you go to 16? He said, we need to be competitive in the world. So it's really about being competitive in the world, not worried about someone getting ahead. We want everybody to getting ahead. You know, I mentioned to you before, my dad and mom worked in the factory. My two brothers have worked in the factory, but I'm a competitor. And I recognize that's where the challenges are. The second thing is I got so sick and tired of being on this committee and since as it related to taxes and inversions. The bottom line, a lot of our companies were moving overseas. And that's why when you think about it, a lot of people out in the Northeast are moving to the South because in their mind, enough's enough as it relates to taxes. That's a big factor. We've eliminated a lot of that going to the 21% rate. And one other thought I want to mention, just being, the lead on trade, is that we really need to, China is active and engaged throughout the world, all over Africa. We're looking at trying to do something there. UK, EU, being more engaged with China in terms of working out better trade arrangements. We've got to be active and engaged. We have turned where our focus is all domestically, but there's a big playing field out there. Africa's got over 1 billion, closing in on 1 billion people. China, anybody that's been to Africa much, we've been to 15 countries in Africa, they're everywhere. They're active, they're engaged. We are making investments there, but nothing to the magnitude that they are. So when I look around the world, look around the globe, I've been fortunate. We had an opportunity to travel with business groups. Before I got here, we've been to 80 some countries. And the bottom line is when I look at all those countries and look at who the competition is, it boils down right now, the next 20 years, to China, because they're natural entrepreneurs. They work 24/7. And the bottom line, we better all of us wake up and realize that's the competition, not each other. In this room here, I look around, a lot of us have a lot in common. And I think there's a lot of things we can do together. But on top, the big issue to me is we've got to get engaged on the global stage, be much more active and engaged. And I will finish with this. In Florida, 1 out of 5 jobs is trade related. We have 14 ports. 95% of the marketplace is outside the U.S. So we've got to look for the next 10 years for our kids and grandkids. We're worried about maybe our standard of living. It's going to continue to shrink. That's why, as the leader mentioned, we don't need to give China any more advantages. And I just would hope that we could think as a committee more about working together, getting things done in terms of being more globally competitive. Thanks, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who knew? Who could have possibly known that the reason the Republicans oppose our effort to build back better in America is because they are concerned about women? Concerned, though they would deny them reproductive freedom, and they applaud the Texas vigilante law. Who knew that they were concerned and opposed to our Build Back Better plan because they're concerned about the poor, even though they would deny them access to health care? And who knew that they were concerned about the middle class in opposing our bill, even though we have provided a tax cut for children called the child tax credit, and child care and access to family medical and leave? And now today we learn they're concerned because there were too many corporations leaving America. Indeed they were. And for year after year, Republicans opposed the efforts that I and many other people made to stop those inversions. Of course, they do deserve bragging rights for one particular, because since 42% of American stock is owned by foreigners, they provided a huge tax cut to foreigners in their 2017 bill. What are the facts as they relate to the claims about competitiveness? We have a study, not from Democrats or Republicans, but the Objective Joint Committee on Taxation this year. And it found that the largest American multinationals paid an effective tax rate of 7.8% on their worldwide income in 2018. What did our top trading partners that Republicans this morning are so concerned we're going to fall behind on? They paid, the top 10 paid an average effective rate of 18%. It is not the statutory rate. It is the effective rate that makes a difference, and we enjoy a giant advantage. Joint Tax was not the only party that studied this. A Reuters analysis, they went down and went through the very time-consuming, meticulous task of going through the financial reports. What do these giant corporations that benefited so much from the largesse of this Republican initiative in 2017, what have they told their stockholders about how they fared? Well, in going through those reports, the Reuters analysis showed that if you enact every single thing that is in the Biden Build Back Better tax provisions to pay for rather than to go into more debt, and that includes not 25%, but 28%. It includes all the international tax reforms that I have advocated, like a 21% GILTI rate and the other provisions to put an end to all the loopholes that these corporations use to escape their responsibility to pay for our infrastructure and national security. If you put every one of them into place, not the changes that are much more modest in this bill, not the 28%, not the 21%, if you put all of them into effect, they say, and if you even without a global minimum tax, just with America, this tax structure today, our companies still enjoy a significant tax advantage over their foreign competition. The argument that the Build Back Better revenue plan, as proposed by President Biden, with the much more modest version of it that is in today's committee print, will undermine American business and provide an uncompetitive position for us versus any country, works very well in forceful lobbying from one corporate lobbyist after another, but it has no basis in fact. It is a phony argument. And as to the claim that somehow they have protected in their 2017 bill, they protected us from foreigners going offshore, our companies,
I think the 4,500 GM workers in Lordstown, Ohio would be really surprised to hear that when in 2019, they had their jobs outsourced to Mexico. I think the auto companies are not the only ones that have been doing this. The pharmaceutical manufacturers who've led the way against this bill, they have exported after the 2017 bill so much of their production to Ireland that the Irish reached a new level. A quarterly report there bragged of the new pharma production lines that had been moved to Ireland by Merck and Janssen Biotech. The 2017 bill was a failure. It was not a failure for those at the top, not a failure for those on the stock buybacks and the executive compensation, but it was a failure for ordinary Americans. It did not make us in a better position in the world. It made us in a much worse position. Indeed, there's much more that can be done to improve and strengthen this bill, but as proposed, it should be adopted and the amendment should be rejected. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Ferguson, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of technical questions from Mr. Barthol regarding the tax rate and revenue.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Barthol, can you tell us where we are on tax receipts for corporate tax receipts this year and how are they trending?
I don't have that at the table. I will get it for you and the other members later this morning.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm, it looks like that the tax receipts coming in, corporate tax receipts coming in right now are at $282 billion as of July the 31st, and that is ahead of CBO expectations. And it looks like it will reach a record high of $317 billion in 22 and $379 billion in 23. Does that sound anywhere in the ballpark to you, sir?
Let me double check it, and I will respond to all the members later this morning, sir.
Okay, that would be helpful. That's number one. Number two, we have had the highest pre-pandemic. We've had the highest employment rate and the highest labor participation rate that we've ever seen in this country. We've had more people working than at any given time. Is that a fair statement?
Labor force participation and unemployment rates were at 40-year lows. Unemployment rates were lower in the 1960s and, of course, during World War II.
And the net result of that is with more people working, that means that more people paying Social Security tax and more people paying for Medicare. The workforce is expanding. We got more people paying into those systems to extend the life of those, correct?
Payroll, it would increase payroll tax receipts and income tax receipts, higher employment. Yes, sir.
Okay. So the things that have happened since the Tax Cuts and Job Act have led to the highest corporate receipts, or certainly close to it, and the highest number of workers that are contributing on payroll tax to Social Security and Medicare.
As I noted, unemployment was at a 40-year low. Yes, sir.
Got more people working, more people paying payroll taxes. Yay or nay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Glad we got that. So we got higher receipts. We got more people working. We got higher, and we're safer with Social Security and Medicare because we got more people paying into the system. Sounded like a pretty good formula. Thank you, Mr. Barthol. I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to unanimous consent to submit for the record a document from Joint Tax that says that over the next 10 years, the increase in the corporate rate would be borne most by workers at the lower end of the income scale.
So ordered.
Thank you, sir. I think the majority is missing the boat on what this is about. This is about jobs. It's about creating jobs. I go back to my experience in my hometown and what happens when this place, Washington, D.C., starts deciding that it knows best what's for our communities. So what happens after some really bad trade decisions and some really bad financial decisions? My hometown loses a corporate headquarters and 35,000 textile jobs in the area. And we've watched so many of my fellow Georgians lose work, lose their homes, lose everything else. And this place decides that the answer is we're going to give you a government check and we're going to try to support you. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. We had to do at the local level what the federal government had been unwilling or incapable of doing, which is to create a competitive working tax environment, or competitive regulatory environment, and the right education environment to create a successful place to do business. And we were successful in that. Brought in the automotive industry, 16,000 advanced manufacturing jobs. We revitalized a part of the state and a hometown that had fallen in disrepair. And I can tell you that at every turn, every decision should be made about whether or not this increases jobs or decreases jobs. Now, you can blame corporations, you can vilify them all you want to, but at the end of the day, that is where people go to work. That is where they earn a paycheck and they provide for their families. And I know that there's going to be all of this discussion, all of the rebuttal about you got to have child care and health care and workforce training. You know, we've done a lot of that. And I look at the wages that were happening, the wage growth that was occurring, and it was pretty remarkable. So bottom line, are we creating jobs or are we taking jobs away? And I believe that under the Democrats' plan and the vilification of those that are investors and those that are wealthy, we are going to be destroying jobs in America. And what Americans know is if they don't have a job, they don't have a chance. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I don't doubt at all that this amendment was put forth based on the true belief that trickle down should work. I mean, why shouldn't it work? And the economy perhaps did work like that at one time. You sort of invest in the guys with the capital, and they build the factories, and they create the jobs, and then the workers work and create the products, and people consume it, and it's recycled. And so you think, why shouldn't that work? Well, it hasn't worked for a really long time. And, you know, it's been suggested to us that those of us who have never owned a business don't really know what we're talking about. And perhaps we don't from that perspective, but those of us who've looked at history really realize that the Reagan tax cuts, the Bush tax cuts, and certainly the Trump Tax Cut and Jobs Act all operated sort of in the same way. They did not pay for themselves. They created deficits. The trickle down really didn't work. In the case of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we saw the biggest stock buyback, $1 trillion stock buyback, huge deficits, and wage stagnation. And to the extent that there was any increase in GDP, it was income inequality. It sort of went to the top. I mean, these are facts. I guess it is puzzling to me that we don't get it, that we don't understand that investments in people is where we increase our economic output. Our economy is based on consuming. 70% of our economy is based on the ability for people to consume, so that when we provide $250, $300 a month to 95% of my constituents for a child tax credit, we're actually putting money literally directly back into the economy that goes for shoes and clothes and backpacks, and not stock buybacks. Climate crisis. It is really very frightening that we're not taking this more seriously. I mean, I had 100-year-old tree just be pulled up through the cement as the wind blew it down in the Midwest. And I look at TV and look at all these horrible fires, floods, and hurricanes. And the bad news is that we can't really stop it. But the good news is that if we make interventions right now, right this minute, we can stop it from being 14 times as bad as it's going to be, according to the United Nations climate report. That if we don't invest in people, that trickle down does not work. Trickle down has this very latest iteration of trickle down, the Trump tax cuts. There were layoffs, wage stagnation, and of course, the tax cuts did not pay for themselves. So when we hear our colleagues talking about the deficits, they're talking about things that they've initiated. I just want to make one point. How did we get here to 21%? I think Trump sent a tweet out as there was a big debate. I wasn't a member of this esteemed committee at the time that you guys did the Tax Cuts and Job Act. But lobbyists were coming to me and they were just praying for 28%. And they thought they'd be in heaven if it were 25%. They were just as surprised and stunned as anybody when it got to be 21%. I mean, it was just an undeserved gift. We need that money to plow back into our infrastructure, to addressing climate change, to providing child care so that our kids can be safe, to be plowed back into education. And so I hope that we would reject this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Swikert, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of those moments you come to quite a realization as we listen to each other. The left and the right, we live in parallel universes that never actually seem to come close to touching each other. And I want to actually correct a number of things that have been said here, but I also want us to understand who in the room actually cares about the working poor. Okay, what are the two ways you make that population less poor? Okay, you can do the Republican model, which is productivity. You can do the current model, which is in this legislation, which is redistribution. But you actually look at some of the baseline at the end of a few years, you're basically like living standards, those things are fairly similar. The difference is with productivity, you have a much larger economy. You have a much better future. So let's actually walk through a couple of the facts that have been said here. Income inequality shrank and shrank at its fastest pace in modern economic times in the United States in 2018, 2019. And that was always the holy grail of the left, is income inequality is our benchmark as a fairness of society. Now, you don't have to give us credit for it. It happened. So you give it any excuse you want, but don't pretend it didn't happen. Food insecurity, 2018, 2019, one of the other benchmarks, particularly for the lowest quartiles, and I hate that term, but it's how we use it in economics, of the working poor. Food insecurity in the country shrank more than it had any time in modern history. These are good things. Wage growth, particularly for unmarried females and other populations, was miraculous. Those should be our goals. And you start to actually look at 2018, 2019, look how wrong joint tax was in their receipts. Remember, it's not revenues, it's receipts, projections. The second and third highest receipts of tax revenues in U.S. history. The only year was higher is 15, and there were some timing effects there that we would have to adjust for if you really wanted to, what's the lawyer term, catabis paribus, make it all even. The other factoid that drives me a little nuts is, do understand the post-2017 updating of our tax code was more progressive. It was more progressive. The wealthy, the top 5, 10% were paying a higher percentage of federal income taxes than the pre tax reform. And the other thing is, and because I know all of you actually like to pay attention to the actual facts coming out of the Biden administration. If you actually look, and it's wrong to use anecdotals, it's wrong to use, and we do it too, but for all of us, if we're trying to be intellectually honest, use percentages of GDP, use benchmarks. In the next year or two, according to the Biden administration, the percentage of corporate income taxes, and this is under the current tax code, will be actually fairly substantially higher than they were in the 10 years prior to tax reform. So prior tax reform, about 1.55% for the 10 years, so that's the whole Obama administration, of GDP came in as federal income taxes from corporations. Next year, so we're up to 1.63. I know that's geeky, but it demonstrates that productivity curve of growth actually hit higher revenues. You look at the baseline numbers, we're going to be over 300, and actually it looks like 379 billion in corporate tax revenues in 23. We're now we've busted far beyond where we were at corporate revenues before tax reform. So try to be a little intellectually honest in this discussion of saying, hey, you believe in redistribution models, fine, argue that. We believe in a productivity model of making the poor less poor. But at least that would be an intellectually honest debate to have around these amendments. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as I listened to the debate, I was reminded of two of my favorite philosophers. One, Justice Oliver Holmes, has suggested that taxation is the price that we pay for a civilized society. And I've never run into many people who wanted to pay taxes. But then I thought of Frederick Douglass, my other philosopher, who suggested that there are those amongst us who would profess a love for freedom and yet deprecate agitation. He said that when we do that, it means that we want the rain without the thunder and the lightning. He went on to suggest that if he didn't know anything else, that he did know one thing, and that is, in this world, you may not get everything that you pay for, but you most certainly will pay for everything that you get. And it seems to me that this is where we are. We've all professed that we want to take care of the needs of the disadvantaged, the poor. We want children to have opportunity to grow and develop. We want sick people to have health care. We want all of these things. But when it comes to the point of paying for them, then somehow or another, we can't find our way to want to pay. Well, I think Douglas was right. You cannot have the rain without the thunder and the lightning. You can't have the services without paying for them. You can't have the jobs without the investment. And so we have to reach the point where we're willing to put up, or we may as well shut up. I think it's time to put up. I oppose this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of this amendment, and I support it not because it helps corporations. That's not my goal. I support it because it will create jobs and help Americans achieve their own American dream. I have a few random thoughts in response to some comments that were made by some of my Democrat colleagues. And I want to say first, I think I certainly believe that Democrats want to help individuals who need help. They want to help the poor. They want to help the working class. They want to help all Americans achieve their own dream. And I hope you believe that Republicans want to do the same as well. I think we agree on that. I know I certainly do. It's one of the reasons I ran for Congress, is to ensure that we put policies in place that can help everyone, every American family achieve their own dream. From there, then, I'm hearing very divergent views. I believe the best way to help someone to get ahead, to provide for their family, and to achieve the American dream is to connect them with a great paying job. I believe that's the best way to do it. Based on some of the conversation here today, I'm not sure that Democrats always agree with that. And I just want to tell a little bit about what happened in my community. A group of a bipartisan group, Democrats and Republicans, came together to try to address poverty in our community. They brought all of the stakeholders together, all the agencies, the government officials, and so on. And they embarked on a new initiative. You know what it was called? One Good Job. And everyone, Democrats and Republicans alike, believed that it was important to measure the success of the program based on the number of individuals who got off of government assistance, who were able to connect with a job, and who were able to provide for themselves. We believe that a job is the first step towards that upward mobility. And I want to respond to something that Ms. Moore said just a little bit ago, and said this last week as well, that this system hasn't always worked for everyone. I agree with that. It hasn't always worked for everyone. We're constantly ensuring that our system, which is the envy of the world for hundreds of years, extends to help every individual, to lift them out of poverty. And I look back at the figures. Ms. Moore said last week that for 40 years we hadn't seen rising wages. And that was close. The point is, from 1999 to 2016, wages were stagnant. I looked it up. You know when it started going up? You know when the system started working for more people? It was in 2017. In a 2-year period, for the first time since 1999, wages began to rise. And in fact, they rose $5,000 in a 2-year period. That's the first that had happened since 1999. Why? Because we implemented policies that encouraged the creation of jobs here rather than overseas, because we allowed more investment through allowing people to keep more of their own dollars rather than sending to the federal government. That created jobs and created that opportunity. I am so proud of the people that we helped all across my district and all across this country. And in fact, just look at the numbers. I already mentioned a $5,000 increase in family income. Think about the difference that made to people that you represent, people that I represent. And besides, 5 million new jobs. Now, I think having a job is the best way to help an individual. I don't understand why Democrats can look at these figures and not believe that that helped Americans, helped people in your district. More people working and making more than ever before. So I support this amendment. I believe that the direction we're going, disincentivizing work, creating more dependency on the federal government, is absolutely the wrong direction. We have an example of policies that worked to help the American people. We could be implementing that right now. Think about it. Think if we had, for instance, a bonus, instead of paying people to stay home, a bonus to go back to work. What if we did a payroll tax holiday to encourage people to go back to work and keep more of their own dollars? We could have done that for a long period of time with $3.5 trillion. There's a lot of ideas out there, that we could be implementing right now that would make a remarkable difference in the lives of Americans, and that would be much better use of taxpayer dollars than what we're seeing before. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquarello, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to commend both you and Mr. Brady. I think that today's discussion, by the way, is, I think, perhaps precipitated by the amendment. I think it's a good discussion about the backbone of what we debate about and argue about every day. I want to commend both of you for leading us into, over the last several days, last week and this week, a good debate, an honest debate. But I don't think, with all due respect, that this is an either or debate. And I think that's the problem that we have. And the downside of this amendment that's before us right now, it reminded me of football. Head fakes. Head fakes. Democrats are making it harder for companies to be profitable. I don't know what we get out of that if that is one of our objectives. I don't understand that at all. Oh, we'll get to salt in a minute. And then, of course, your no huddle offense. You need to do, I think, some research on the things before you come and present them on this floor. Today, we should be bragging. We should be popping the bottles, Mr. Ranking Member. Today, with this headline, U.S. poverty rate falls for a record low as aid helps offset job losses. Success of pandemic relief could bolster Democratic bid for expansion. I think that's a great headline. But rhetorically, do you think it's a great headline?
You know, I was worried about the headline in the same paper that said higher prices are hurting low-income workers.
Well, one would have to conclude from what you just said, Mr. Ranking Member, that it was caused because people are doing better. Sometimes that's how inflation works, but it kind of smooths out at the end when you have a good practice before you get on the field. And that's what we're talking about. So then the amendment talks about the $300 billion giveaway, which was low-hanging fruit, Mr. Ranking Member, and you know it, to pay for some of the things you talked about back in 2017, which was your prerogative. You were the majority at the time. But I'm going back to my constituents in my district, knowing how many have applied for the SALT. In every district in the country, it's laid out very clearly, and how it's changed over the last 5 years, where more people are applying for that deduction, which is 156 years old. Lincoln knew what he's doing, and our forefathers knew what they were doing. We had this deduction on the books for 156 years. All of a sudden, it's for the rich.
Well, the gentleman,
They get double taxed too, like you and I. And the fact of the matter is, you better look at these numbers before you come on the field. Never mind your head fakes. You better look at them very, very carefully. So I'm going to have meetings, as I've had, with police officers, firefighters, teachers, people who work in departments in city government. And here's what I'm going to tell them. You tell me if I'm not doing the right thing in terms of the position that I take. Remember, this is not either or baseball. It is not by any stretch. We can take from each other and we can learn and we can hit our objective. But don't tell the American people that this is the giveaways. And I'm going to tell them that that's exactly what the ranking Republican, and I say this with all due respect, the ranking Republican says that you are applying for money which you really shouldn't be getting, and you've been getting away with it since 1865. and we're setting the record straight so that you've had to pay $2,300 more in taxes because you could only deduct up to $10,000. And we think you're making too much money. Oh, but I'm not a millionaire. It doesn't matter what you call people. That's the deduction. And they've been able to do it, and that's sustained them.
Thank the gentleman. The
Thank
gentleman
you.
from Texas, Mr. Arrington, is recognized to speak on the amendment. We will now recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Wolarski, to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support this amendment, and I'll tell you why. I felt like I just got a breaking news bulletin. I got a cell phone call from somebody in my district that must be watching this, and he's an entrepreneur. And he literally said to me, very upset, "What are you guys doing? What are the Democrats doing? They are literally shutting my company down. They're killing jobs. I'm barely back from COVID. This administration paid people to stay home. Here's companies in my district that are probably watching this and saying, what are you doing to help me? Who's going to pay these taxes? If you run me out of business, who's going to pay the increase in all these taxes? Who's going to be left?" I sat here for 12 hours yesterday with all of us, sat and watched and listened. Who is going to be able to stand under the pressure of being able to be a successful job owner after what you're doing to them here? I don't know how many times I voted no. I don't know how many times, but it's every single one. We've done nothing bipartisan to this point, and I know our time is limited today. But I'll tell you, I'm going to speak for the people who have absolutely not been heard, and it's the people that we're piling all these tax increases on. Who are they supposed to hire? The government was literally paying them to stay at home. I'm telling you, the disaster that this administration has been, and I know y'all don't want to hear about Afghanistan. I just want to preface it by saying this. We are in disastrous days. We're doing nothing to help companies compete, help companies hire. In my district, you see these signs everywhere, help wanted. I just hope in the next couple of hours that we're together here, we can do something bipartisan to make sure that we have employers left that are going to be able to hire after what you all are doing to them. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciated the comments from my friend from Florida, Mr. Buchanan. It's not just because he's the co-chair of the Bike Caucus, but I appreciated what he was saying in terms of the global perspective. I haven't traveled as extensively as he has, but I've enjoyed my interactions in Asia, in China, watching these amazingly competitive entrepreneurial people. And know that that's kind of where we're at. But also the Chinese, not just entrepreneurial, but they use their government to be able to do the hard work of building their industries in things like alternative energy, like electric vehicles. I saw that in spades over 10 years ago with Speaker Pelosi. We had a fascinating session there that just opened the doors to China. We visited where they were taking American technology and bringing it to scale on wind energy, on photovoltaic. We have not taken that same energy and focus. My friend Hal Harvey points out we spend less on energy research than the Americans spend on potato chips every year. Less than 1%. No wonder they are leapfrogging ahead of us. This legislation gives us an opportunity to catch up, gives us an opportunity to bring it to scale, gives us an opportunity for American industry to compete internationally on things like electric vehicles and battery technology and pump storage. I mean, these are areas that there are opportunities. I mean, our chairman has pointed out that the 26.5% rate actually is kind of a blended rate that's really kind of where we were at. This is something that we ought to be able to come together on. This would have been kind of the compromise 5 years ago, 10 years ago, the same way that it should.
Would the gentleman yield for just 1 point on that for just 2 seconds? That was the debate between Obama and the former chairman of this committee. That was precisely the debate at the time.
I also think that we can go forward in terms of dealing with the work preparing our economy for the future. I commend Chairman Thompson, what he's done with the Green Act. I've talked about some of the things we've been working on for years. These are things that need not be intensely partisan. These are things where there is broad support with major industries in work in the communities. I hope that we can supercharge this effort to reposition Americans to be competitive, the same way we saw in China over a decade ago, where they were moving forward and starting to eat our lunch. It's not too late for us to take advantage of it. And this bill does precisely that. Investing in our future, investing in these companies, investing in our communities. One final point, and that just the comparisons in terms of taxation, I pointed out, is a little tricky. The Chinese may have been looking at being more competitive when my friend was there, but the Chinese also had, as I pointed out yesterday, a value-added tax up to 13% that makes these comparisons tricky. I propose that when we get past this, that we have an opportunity to do what my friend suggested. We'll look at what's going on in Africa. We'll look at what's going on with technology. We will have a more competitive tax rate that our companies can be able to deal with the opportunities going forward. This is where the European market is going. This is where the Asians are going. We need to be competitive, not just in the United States, but globally. And I think what we have with the legislation before us positions us to do precisely that. What we saw over 10 years ago in China, where they were monetizing our research, this legislation will give us a chance to be able to catch up and do what needs to be done. I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy. And
thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady. Today we have before us the culmination of one of the most egregious and disastrous policy proposals before Congress in decades. Between raising taxes, stifling cures, and hurting small businesses, the Build Back Better Act will break our economy. Under President Trump, Republicans in Congress passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which helped build the best economy America has seen in a generation, with record low unemployment across race and gender lines and record high growth for wages for working class Americans. Unfortunately, Democrats today are still obsessed with undoing everything President Trump accomplished. Peace in the Middle East, tough on China policies, and even the prosperity of the American people. The foundations of America and the greatness of our country was not born from a bloated welfare state. Instead, the immensity of our accomplishments through history stemmed from American ingenuity, entrepreneurship, and darn hard work. This bill puts our country and our citizens at a disadvantage. In the bill we're debating today, my colleagues across the aisle have doubled down on tax incentives for wealthy Americans. with the $75,000 electric cars and bicycles, while rural America, Main Street businesses, energy workers, and my constituents are left behind. We had really just started to recover from the onslaught of America energy workers under the leadership of President Trump, thanks to the TCJA. I'm afraid that progress is going to be soon forgotten, as one of President Biden's first actions was to destroy thousands of American jobs as they were constructing the Keystone XL pipeline, and then gift Russian President Vladimir Putin the Nord Stream 2 pipeline so that Russian energy workers will thrive for decades to come. President Biden and his cronies in Congress are ready to export the strategy that has starved West Virginia families to the rest of the country, starting with their attack on our energy industry and continued in this deeply flawed, partisan, socialist wish list. To start, the increase in the corporate tax rate to 26.5% will severely hamper our economic recovery as we come out of the darkness of the coronavirus. And with the inclusion of state and local taxes, makes America the least competitive country in the developed world, with taxes well above the rate of communist China. That's right, communist China. I awfully strongly oppose the proposed change that will impact the small businesses in my state, who are entrepreneurs, job creators, and proud Americans leading West Virginia's resurgence. Any changes to the small business deduction and the guardrails put in place in the TCJA will punish these businesses who have invested in their workers and in growth in southern West Virginia. And finally, we must keep our businesses in our communities. The Democrats' plan is to supercharge the death tax and punish small businesses that are passed down with their families. We need to create certainty for these businesses so that they can continue to be the cornerstones of our communities across our country. While President Trump put America first, Democrats in Congress and the White House don't seem to care what impact their radical agenda will have on the American people, as long as the titles of their bills sound good on Twitter feeds. I am here to work to improve the lives of my constituents, and I vow to fight tooth and nail to stop the socialist seizure of our most valued institutions. I yield back my time.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to Mr. Buchanan again also and thank him for his comments. And this is a competition that we're in. We're in a competition against it's a global competition when it comes to businesses and jobs. And since the 1980s, I remember when we were fighting against Japan and Germany in the car businesses. And that's really when the economy started to change dramatically here in the United States of America. And I think one of the most helpful things that's come out of this debate has been Secretary Yellen's comment about we don't want to have a race to the bottom. We don't want to become more like other countries in our efforts to compete with them. When we're competing with countries that don't pay their workers, don't provide for worker benefits, don't provide for worker safety, don't protect the environment, don't do the things that we're doing. We don't want to become more like them. We want to get them to be more like us. We don't want to have a race to the bottom. And the main competitor now, as Mr. Buchanan pointed out, is China. There's no question about it. Now, we don't want to become more like China. We want to beat China. We're going to beat China. We're going to beat China because we have the rule of law, because we have democracy, because we don't treat our people the way they treat their people, like they treat the Uyghurs and they treat the students in Hong Kong and they treat the Tibetans. We're going to win this competition because we're going to stop them from stealing our technology. But we need to find some balance. We have to compete with them on other levels as well. How do we treat our children compared to the way they treat their children? Well, we want to do a better job of that in our country. That's why the child tax credit is so important. And it's pointed out how half the number of children in poverty are being lifted out of poverty by the child tax credit. We want to do a better job than them fighting climate change. That's why this bill is so important, because we're going to invest in finally addressing climate change. That's why this bill and the bipartisan bill on infrastructure is so important, because we need to do a better job on our infrastructure, because they've been investing in their infrastructure more than we have. We have to do a better job to be competitive, to invest in our infrastructure. We need to do a better job with healthcare, making our healthcare more affordable for our people. That's what these bills are about. It's about being competitive. And as Mr. Pasquarello said, this is not an either-or equation. You're either for the companies, you're not for the companies. You're either for the poor people, you're not for the poor. You have to balance it. And these bills show a sense of balance. That's what this 26.5% rate is about. It's about balance. It's about how to generate the revenues to do the important things to make us competitive, to make our quality of life of our American citizens better, but still keep the economic engines of our companies going strong. It's a graduated rate. We're reducing the corporate rate for the first $400,000 of profit of corporations down to 18%. For the first $5 million of profit, it'll remain at 21%. And then it'll go up to 26.5% after $5 million in profit. That's a balanced approach. As the chairman has spoken about so many times, the debate historically between President Obama and the chairman of this committee, the Republican chairman of this committee at the time, was about a 28% tax rate versus 25%. This 26.5% is a balance. So we're for our companies. We want companies to do well. We want them to have profits. We want it to be a fair system. And we don't want to have a race to the bottom. We want the rest of the world to be more like us, not us be more like them. We want the rest of the world to be a place where they take care of their workers, where they protect the environment, where they look out for their children, where they pay their teachers, where they invest in the infrastructure, when they do the things to make the quality of human beings' lives better throughout the planet. We need to lead that way from the United States of America to show that we can do all these things in a balanced way to make people's lives better, with companies and government and labor all working together to try and improve the quality of life of the human race. America needs to lead the way. This bill is about doing that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez, on the amendment.
We have another speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Who would that be?
Who's next? Mr. Rice, please.
Is he going to substitute for Mr. Nunez?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I want to speak in strong support of this amendment. As I listen to this debate, it's just hard to imagine the chasm in the perception of each side here. It is a fascinating thing. You know, I believe that the fundamental difference between conservatives and liberals is that conservatives want people to be able to make their own choices and live by those choices. And liberals feel like that people can't do that on their own, that the government needs to tell people what to do and provide for them, and that if they don't do that, that people will fail. They don't have faith in the American people. I've fought since I've been in Congress to try to make our country competitive in the world. Didn't make a whole lot of progress when President Obama was in the White House. I actually went to President Obama's White House and tried to talk them into doing a joint symposium on American competitiveness with Republican leaders, and they weren't interested. But when President Trump got here, because see, I always knew, I had faith in the American worker. I knew that if we made our economy, the structure of it competitive, American workers could compete with anyone. Washington was what was standing in the way. And so when under the Trump administration with Republicans in Congress, we did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we did trade adjustment, we lowered regulation, and look at the result. Unemployment went to record lows, lows not seen in 50 years. Mr. Barthold, has the unemployment rate for African Americans ever been lower than it was in 2019? Yes, it was. Yep.
Mr. Rice, I'll have to verify that.
The answer is no. Was the unemployment rate for Hispanics ever lower in this country than it was in 2019, a year and a half after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
I believe that is the case, but I will verify those.
And women, do you know that, Mr. Barthold? And women, the unemployment rate for women, didn't it go as low as it's ever been in recorded history in the United States? Isn't that true?
I think that's so, but I will verify that.
And wages, Mr. Barthold, what was the average wage increase, annual wage increase in 2019?
I'll have to respond to the committee.
It was over 3%, wasn't it?
I don't know, Mr.
It was, sir, and it hadn't been that way in 30 years. In 30 years, wages were going up. You say that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act caused income inequality. In fact, wages for the first time in decades were up 3.3% and would have kept going if it hadn't been for the coronavirus. Poverty. Mr. Barthold, do you know the level of poverty in 2019 and how it related to history in the United States?
Again, Mr. Rice, I'll provide.
Thank you, sir. I always enjoy talking to you. You really are. I really appreciate you. But I can tell you, poverty hit a record low in the United States in 2019, just over a year after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I don't know what facts you're citing. I don't know, it must be some liberal whatever. But that's the truth. Look at the Fed numbers. It's the truth. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act lifted people from the bottom to the top. Marion County, South Carolina, one of the poorest in the state. I represent it. 57% African American. When I took office in 2013, after 4 years of the Obama-Biden administration, the unemployment rate in Marion County was 16.6%. In 2019, a year and a half after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it was 3.8%. There is nothing that I have done in Congress that I am any more proud of than that. Now, you guys come with this bill, and you know, I mean, you got to know, unless you have total blinders on, you know, raising the corporate tax rate. You know, adding all these regulations and giveaway programs that make it harder to hire people. You know that's going to make us less competitive, and you know it will cost millions of American jobs. You know it will. I mean, I'm sure you can find some expert who, you know, you pay him a retainer and he'll tell you different. But you know it'll cost millions of American jobs, and you proceed with this in the face of it, knowing that we had record low unemployment, record low poverty, wages rising, and you're going to kill it. And you say you represent the little guy. Shame on you. I yield back. I thank the gentleman. A reminder to members of the committee that the staff is here simply to answer technical questions. They're not here to engage in debate or rhetorical questions. Mr. Barthold is available to answer the technical side of these questions. With that, let me ask that Mr. Horsford be recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this underlying amendment focuses on the corporation tax rate, but I want to focus on what actually makes the corporations in America successful. And that's the American people. That's the American worker. The only way that we can really be competitive is to focus on the needs of the American worker. And my colleagues on the other side want to distract away from everything other than the issues that are important to the American worker. They don't want the American people to know that they don't want to increase the federal minimum wage, which according to the Economic Policy Institute has not been raised since 2009, and essentially the effective wage is 21% less than it would have been 12 years ago after inflation. They don't want to talk about the fact that they are not for big corporations and the very wealthy paying just their fair share with an effective tax rate They don't want to talk about the fact that women are not paid the same as a man to do the exact same job. But yet my colleague who just spoke talks about the fact that they're for freedom. They even want to tell a woman what to do with her body. But they won't pay a woman the same as what a man earns for the same job. The underlying bill that we are working on invests in the American worker. It makes sure that we are helping them with the skills and the training that they actually need for those good paying jobs. One of my colleagues talked about the fact that it's about making the American worker competitive. It is. I've started a small business. I've had to pay a payroll. And I've also worked with large corporations to actually train and place thousands of people for good paying jobs in the hospitality industry. And that is a service sector industry that you can't export. And so the bill that we are debating ensures that we are able to invest in the American worker and the things that the American worker needs to be successful. That includes reducing premiums and offsetting the cost of healthcare for millions of Americans, including 2.5 million Americans enrolled in the Affordable Care Act marketplace coverage. It includes helping more than 2 million low-income adults, 60% of whom are Americans of color, access high-quality, affordable healthcare coverage through the Medicaid coverage gap, especially in Republican states that my colleagues refuse to provide health care to their own constituents. That's what the Build Back Better Act does, and the funding from this bill does. My colleagues won't tell you that we are actually cutting the corporate tax rate for corporations with income below $400,000 in our bill. They won't tell you that we actually don't increase the corporate tax rate for corporations with revenue between $400,000 and $5 million. Why? Because they're more focused on big corporations and the very wealthy than they are on the American worker. And we do have a choice. When they were in charge, when they had the majority of the House, the Senate, the White House, they passed the biggest tax cut and Jobs Act that benefited the very wealthy, the big corporations and the millionaires, and left the American worker to fend for themselves. Democrats, we're in charge and we are delivering for the American people, and we will build back better. And we will do it in a more equitable and inclusive way that doesn't leave anyone or any community behind. That's how you make America competitive, by putting the American worker and the American people above corporations and their profits. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm full support of the amendment. I would like to yield my time to my good friend from South Carolina.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized. Let me tell you how Democrats deliver. The Democrats delivered right after the financial crisis in 2008. They thought that the American worker couldn't take care of themselves, the economy couldn't take care of themselves, that they needed to raise taxes, they needed to rein in the banking industry and cut off capital, and they needed to create massive new entitlement programs like Obamacare. So what was the result of that? After the financial crisis in 2008, which was really, really bad, the unemployment rate went over 10%. They came in with all these giveaway programs and entitlement programs and massive tax increases, made America even less competitive, and the result was a stifled economy for 8 years. Stifled. At the end of the Obama administration, 2/3 of Americans didn't believe that their kids would have the same future they did. Took 8 years to recover 5% in the unemployment rate. Now we do the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This is how Republicans deliver. Record lows in unemployment, record lows ever in poverty, record lows in unemployment for African Americans, women, Hispanics. Now, what do we propose with this bill? Let's see. Let's undo the very things that worked only 3 years ago. Oh, that makes great sense. In fact, let's go back and make an even bigger entitlement state and more taxes than we had than we added in the 2008 after the 2008 recession. Let's see if we can stifle the economy again. I guarantee you, if this bill went through, and thank God I don't believe it will, but if it did, you would see millions of American jobs lost. And then, hey, maybe we would need some of these entitlement programs that you're talking about putting in. Here comes the Biden administration. Give away our energy independence. Folks, if you want to know why gas went from $2 to $3 a gallon at the pump, thank you, Biden administration. Pay people not to work. 10 million open jobs. People can't find employees, slowing our recovery. Inflation, 8% last month. I think it was 6% this month. That is a tax on everyone, top to bottom. And guess what? There aren't any credits against that. There aren't any deductions against it. That is an outright tax on everyone. Open borders, a flood of people willing to work for nothing. Guess who they compete with? Those people who come over here illegally and work for nothing. Hey, makes it cheaper, for the wealthy people. They can get a roof put on their house or get their driveway redone. It's cheap. But the people on the low end of the scale, the Americans who are competing with those people, and you wonder why wages hadn't risen. Gosh, that's hard to figure out. Push for millionaires and billionaires in this bill to write off their mansions. Wow, that is crazy. The amendment yesterday would have kept the SALT cap for people earning over $1 million a year. And you say you're for the little guy. Wow, open borders. People compete directly with the little guy, hold wages down, and then you talk about income inequality. Oh gosh, we don't want income inequality, but hey, let's bring in all this flood of people wanting to work for nothing. Inflation, and you say you're for the little guy. Tax on everyone, no deductions. I promise you. Biden was in the administration in 2009 when they put through their massive tax increases and their massive government programs and their massive regulatory push. And the result was a stifled economy, especially for young people, for 8 years. Republicans came in and we reinvigorated our economy. We made our economy competitive in the world. It's not rocket science. It's really simple to figure out. And yet in the face of that, looking at the numbers, the actual numbers, what happened? You want to reverse that and you want to kick people out of their jobs and you want to give them a government program instead. No, thank you. I yield back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez, is recognized to speak on the amendment. Mr. Reed is recognized now to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I had to speak.
The gentleman's breaking up. Move to the next speaker. We're going to move to Mr. Arrington and come back to Mr. Reed. Mr. Arrington is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The great American President John F. Kennedy said high income tax rates not only check consumption, but discourage investment and encourage the avoidance of taxes rather than the production of goods. went on to say that high income tax rates reduce financial incentives for personal effort, investment, and risk taking. Amen, amen, President JFK. We've got a letter here, Mr. Chairman, that was sent to you by my colleagues Ron Kind, Stephanie Murphy, Terry Sewell, Tom Swazi, and Stephen Horsford. All friends, all colleagues. And I want to quote them because I don't know that I could say this any better. Enacting tax increases above and beyond the final implemented OECD agreement would risk U.S. international competitiveness. They go on to say that a more burdensome tax rate than the developed countries, OECD, would increase the potential for foreign takeovers of U.S. companies. And they can respond if I'm misquoting. I'm just reading the letter. I agree. We are going to hamstring the home team, USA, as we compete for customers and market share in a global economy. It will absolutely chase our jobs overseas. We will lose competitiveness, and it will stifle our recovery, and we'll be left with a worse economic condition than we're already in. So that's the reality. And if there's a little pit in the stomachs of my colleagues, or if their hearts are being pricked just a little bit with what they think might happen here, I would say listen to that, because you're about to make a big mistake. And as my colleague, Mr. Horsford, said, you know, y'all are owning this. You're driving the bus. Ain't nobody here in the Republicans jumping on that bus with you, because it's going to take America off the cliff. Really, I believe that. And I think all of this will play out, and the accountability will be squarely on your shoulders. We talk about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act like it was a bad thing. In West Texas, we used to say the eye in the sky doesn't lie. That's the footage after a football game. So you could watch it, and the facts and the reality of the outcome of every play was captured for all to see. You can't argue with the poverty rate that was reduced to the lowest since the 50s, or the millions lifted out of poverty. You can't argue with the unemployment rate being the lowest in a half a century, or the median household income increasing the highest ever, or wages being up at a 20-year high, and more so for folks on the lower income. That's indisputable. That is indisputable. Those are facts. So, I mean, listen to the words of my colleagues in their letter. Look at the facts. I don't know what the magic number is of corporate tax rates. It's not canonized for me. It's not sacred. It's just, what are other folks charging their job creators? And where are we relative to them? Well, we were at the highest rate in the free world. And we brought us down to above average, slightly above the OECD. And man, we grew like gangbusters. We had unprecedented prosperity, undeniable, indisputable. And now we're going to go to the highest tax rates of the OECD? Man, I agree with my colleagues. We're chasing companies overseas. We're going to surrender to our competitors and our adversaries. You won't even listen to the Tax Policy Center, progressive think tanks. They say, when you raise the corporate tax rates, JFK's prophecy is fulfilled. They will be passed down to the working people. Middle-class families will pay for that. This is effectively what's happened. You've raised taxes by spending us into an inflation crisis. My folks out here working, they're not worried about the end of the world on account of carbon emissions. They are worried about making ends meet, paying bills, helping their kids go to college, being able to do something, you know, like take a vacation, but they can't afford it because of the inflation crisis. Then you sideline labor. You sideline labor with your unemployment benefit policies. So now you've increased inflation all the more. Now you're going to put another cost by levying taxes on businesses that will be borne by working people. That's what's happening here. So you're going to say you're going to help children by giving them universal pre-K and child care and paid family leave. What a circular argument. What a short-sighted, counterproductive argument. You're going to take from them, and then you're going to say you're going to give it back, and it won't get to them. It'll get to bureaucracies. You're going to create government jobs.
I thank the
Sorry,
gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Snyder is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. As my friend from Texas, the letter reference was a letter I had the privilege of leading. And the point of the letter is that it's important we have a thoughtful process. I applaud the efforts of Secretary Yellen, the progress we're making on achieving a global minimum tax. I applaud the chairman for keeping these variables in mind and responding to our concerns as we put together this package. I agree, U.S. competitiveness is paramount, and we need to have a responsible solution. We need to do it in a way that works together, reaching across the aisle with serious consideration rather than trying to score political points. But we need to do it in a thoughtful way, and I think this package does. I oppose this amendment, and I look forward to supporting this package. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield to the Republican leader, Mr. Brady.
Mr. Brady is recognized. If he were, is he nearby?
Would Mr. Nunes yield to me?
Yeah, I'll yield to Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith is recognized.
And when Mr. Brady gets back, we'll yield the rest of the time to Mr. Brady.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Nunes. The back and forth that we've been having has been somewhat interesting, and various other issues have arisen, whether it's wage mandates or the overall role of government. I think that the best thing for workers is when we have a growing economy and every job applicant has more than one job offer. That will do far more for wages in a substantive way than a group of politicians picking a number for a wage mandate that does not cover it. So I think we can elevate many of the issues here for discussion, and our country can be better for it so long as we keep this bad piece of legislation from passing. And I would yield to Mr. Brady.
Mr. Brady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So this amendment keeps America competitive and makes sure that our income investment taxes aren't higher than China's. So first, let me congratulate my Democrat colleagues. I think you beat up on the billionaire CEOs beautifully, those greedy corporations, but they will forgive you. They watched last night as you demanded $300 billion of tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. They know you've got their back, and next week, wink, wink, you'll be making that law, so they will forgive you. There are three, look, when we reformed the tax cut, we didn't just cut taxes. We redesigned the tax code so we could lift millions out of poverty, grow paychecks, and make sure American companies could compete and win anywhere in the world. And that's exactly what's happened. That's why I was so proud that paychecks for minorities grew faster than under Obama Biden. Paychecks for women grew 6% faster than Obama Biden. Paychecks for youth, for those without a high school degree, grew faster than Obama Biden. We lifted Americans out of poverty, not with government checks, but with real paychecks. There are three key reasons for Democrats to vote yes on this amendment: to build back in America, not China. One, it keeps your pledge not to raise taxes on the low income and middle class. Both the Tax Policy Center, left-leaning, which you often quote, as well as Joint Committee on Taxation, confirm that these corporate taxes, a portion of them land on low and income workers. In fact, Tax Policy Centers says 3/4 of low income middle class will see a tax increase starting next year. So one, this keeps you from breaking your pledge. Secondly, it keeps us from an economic surrender to China, to Russia, Japan, to Europe. Today, 21% is too low? Nonsense. There are 24 of our competitors have lower rates than ours. 26.5% takes us to worse than China's, one of the worst in the world. They are going to eat our lunch. And a third reason, you will save approximately 3 million American jobs by voting for this amendment. That's what the economic analysis is on these business rates, how damaging they are. 80% of Americans oppose these tax increases coming out of COVID. They don't want U.S. jobs driven overseas. They don't want to see jobs killed in America. And I would tell you the last reason you ought to support this is that this amendment builds back in America, not in China. It doesn't send jobs overseas to China. It doesn't send research overseas to Europe. It doesn't send manufacturing overseas. It doesn't send investment overseas. It keeps it here in America where it belongs at a time when America needs it. I can't think of a more important time for us to drive growth and investment right now. I can't think of a bigger economic blunder than for America to economically surrender to our foreign competitors, slow our growth, self-sabotage our own ability to compete and win, not just around the world, but here at home as well. So keep that pledge against higher taxes for the middle class. Don't let America surrender to the rest of the world. Don't kill up to 3 million American jobs. Let's repledge ourselves in this amendment to build back better in America, not China, not Russia, not Europe, not Japan. I urge support.
I thank the gentleman. I just recognize myself to just before we vote. I think that the gentleman's amendment has encapsulated quite accurately the difference between the two parties in our approach to opportunity. And I think that it's been clear as we now go well beyond almost 30 hours of debate already, that this one amendment, as we're prepared to vote on it, outlines in crystal clear form the differences between the two political parties. And over the years that we've witnessed the discussion on tax policy in this committee, I would remind all that the previous administration had no intention of taking the top rate down to 37% until they saw what the SALT deduction had done. I can tell you that was quoted to me directly by the individual in the administration who authored it, and he was apologetic to me at the time. Secondly, a return to the debate over the corporate rate. President Obama and the former Republican chairman of this committee had decided that they would be between 28 and 25%. What happened? A 21% rate. Business people that I knew at the time said to me, we weren't even asking for a 21% rate. On the international side, our approach here is entirely reasonable. A 15% international rate as negotiated by Secretary Yellen with 132 different countries. It can never happen moment, and it was done. We want our companies to be competitive internationally, but we want the American people to have broader opportunity, because one of the other uniting parts of the amendment that Mr. Brady has offered sincerely is the following. There is broad acknowledgement in this room today as to what has happened to wealth concentration in America. We can bicker about why it happened, but there is no denying it really did happen. Our attempt here is not to redistribute wealth, not to punish success, not to curb innovation, as much as it is simply to broaden opportunity. The question before us is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Brady has requested a recorded vote, and you are reminded that your camera should be turned on to be recorded. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kine?
Kane, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal votes no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood, yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes?
Yes.
Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Smucker, aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Hearn, aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Chairman? Mr. Reed? Trying to vote?
We'd like to help that process, Mr. Reed.
I'd like to be an aye. Sorry for the connection issues.
I think that the gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Reed votes aye.
Thank you. Thank you,
Would the
Mr.
clerk report the tally?
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There are 25 nays and 18 ayes. The amendment fails. The question before us now is, does anybody else wish to offer an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, this is Devin Nunes. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thompson.
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as soon as the amendment is passed out, the gentleman will be acknowledged to proceed. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Republican tax reform included a first of its kind global minimum tax. The 13% rate was high enough to prevent abusive tax schemes by multinational corporations, but low enough for American firms to remain globally competitive. Earlier this year, the Biden administration and other G7 governments convened a global tax cabal that agreed on a 15% global minimum tax. But for American companies, Biden seeks a much higher rate, 26.25% on their foreign profits and 28% on their domestic profits. This plan is simply economic surrender. It makes it more lucrative to be a foreign company or worker than an American company or worker. Our Democrat colleagues have followed Biden's lead and proposed a massive tax hike that will be a boom for foreign nations. especially adversaries like Communist China, at the expense of American companies. Beijing has paid close attention to these negotiations because they understand what this plan really is. It's a self-inflicted wound that is tantamount to our unilateral disarmament, making America woefully uncompetitive in the global marketplace. Despite the media's praise for Biden's so-called global agreement, it's difficult to believe that other countries will keep their word. Does anyone believe that China would do anything to slow down its industrial policy? Does the Chinese Communist Party scrupulously keep its promises on fair trade or cybersecurity or currency manipulation, intellectual property theft, or corporate espionage, or the coronavirus for that matter, and a host of other issues that its malign actions violate its commitments on a daily basis? If Democrats enact Biden's global minimum tax plan, American jobs will be lost to Communist China and other foreign adversaries. In fact, the National Association of Manufacturers has estimated that Biden's global minimum tax will kill 500,000 to 1 million American jobs. We must stop these senseless acts of self-sabotage. World commerce will not end when American companies can no longer compete. Our role will simply be filled by others, including pariah states like China that are feverishly trying to establish global dominance. My amendment is simple. Just don't change the U.S. global minimum tax until Beijing keeps its word and enacts a global minimum tax on Chinese companies and workers. In no world should we allow our global minimum tax rate to be higher than the rate in communist China. Let's prevent Biden from making a gift of American jobs to the Chinese Communist Party. For that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from California insist upon his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order and ask to be recognized.
The gentleman is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposed to this amendment. You know, the concern here is about competition, and our proposals have been crafted to meet that concern. Our international proposals ensure that multinational corporations pay their fair share, but also better align our rates with what both the U.S. and China agreed to at the OECD. Our American companies and our American workers are the best in the world. Unlike our Republican colleagues, we believe the American workers and businesses can prevail in a global marketplace so long as we set the policies that put them on a level playing field, particularly with respect to emerging technologies and global tax rates. Our bill invests in R&D, clean energy technologies, and keeps our rates consistent with international consensus. Please vote no. I yield back to balance my time.
The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we've talked a lot about what's the right policy and what do we want to do here and the differences between Democrats and Republicans. One of the things we need to highlight and make sure it gets said is that Republicans are looking out for the American workers. You know, before the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, there were companies that were going through the inversion process, taking American jobs and moving them overseas. Even President Obama recognized that and was trying to stop that effort, but doing it in a backhanded way. And we wanted to make sure that we codified that and that we focused on good trade policies. That's the goal of the Republicans. When we did the Republican tax reform, it created the first of its kind global minimum tax, which prevents some of the abusive tax policies that happen and actually makes sure that multinational companies pay taxes and continue to support jobs for American workers in America. Earlier this year, the Biden administration started the process of doing this global minimum tax and started this race to the bottom of what can be the taxes that every country and companies in every country have to pay. Really, what that is an economic surrender, particularly if we head down the route that we're headed now in terms of forcing American companies to pay taxes and companies based in other countries don't require that. You know, Communist China has been part of that negotiations that President Biden had on this global minimum tax. But does anybody really believe that China would do anything to slow down their industrial policy. I mean, they certainly haven't worried about trade obligations, certainly haven't worried about human rights for the Uyghurs or for Hong Kong, as long as it doesn't stand in the way of their strategic planning. But under the Democrats' plan, we would unilaterally disarm, making Americans completely uncompetitive in the global marketplace. And this ultimately will mean fewer jobs in the United States and more jobs and more growth in China. The National Association of Manufacturers had estimated that President Biden's global minimum tax will kill 500,000 to 1 million American jobs. These are jobs that we can't afford as we're trying to get out of the coronavirus shutdowns and get our economy going again, as good as it was back in January and February of 2020. In no case should we allow our global minimum tax rate, already around 15% for most American companies, to be higher than the rate in Japan or higher than the rate in China. We want to make sure that this amendment gets implemented so that we don't have a race to the bottom and that we maintain good American jobs in America. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Doggett is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just draw attention again to the facts. And the facts are that if we had an even higher guilty tax than is provided here, American companies would still have substantial competitive advantage over China and everywhere else. The issue here is twofold. As long as the tax on international profits is so much lower than the tax on domestic profits, there is a financial incentive to export American jobs. And that is exactly what has happened. American jobs are outsourced. American profits are outsourced. Of the top 10 locations for U.S. multinational profits after the 2017 tax law was implemented, 7 were in tax havens. More U.S. profits are housed in Bermuda than in China, India, Japan, France, Canada, or Germany. We are seeing basically stateless income that is not being taxed anywhere. And Secretary Yellen took the lead with the global minimum tax so that everyone would be playing by the same rules. China is one of the 132 countries that has agreed to this global minimum tax. It actually needs to be higher than what is provided in our legislation, but our legislation is a reasonable response to what she has done. I think it's very important to defeat this amendment, which would only delay addressing the outsourcing of American jobs. It would lead to more jobs being sent abroad, and it is an amendment that would continue to allow massive corporate tax evasion on international profits. I urge rejection of the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Ferguson, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To me, this is very simple. And it's not I feel like there's a false choice that's been created and some things that we have been, they've been thrown around here like a race to the bottom. Listen, this is about a race to American competitiveness. It's a race to making sure America is the #1 place in the world to do business. It is a race to make sure that our American workforce has the opportunity to succeed in the global marketplace because they have the most competitive job market anywhere on the planet. I don't think that leveling the playing field with China and our other competitors is the right way to look at it. We shouldn't be leveling, we should be winning. We should be doing everything that we can to make America the best place in the world to do business. We should be creating the jobs here in America. Our American companies should feel like this is the place for them to do, to build their products, to innovate, and to dream. Without this amendment, we're going to give up our competitive advantage to not only China, but other places around the globe. And it makes absolutely no sense why we would not go after everything that we possibly could for this country. There's this whole mantra out there that under the Biden administration it feels like it's everybody first but America. And I'm sick and tired of that. It's about putting Americans first, American workers first, American companies, American innovators, American researchers. We have the system here that allows us to succeed, invent the services, products, cures that make America what it is today, and mankind around the world benefits from our system. And we're trying to give that up? That makes no sense. So let's put an end to everybody first but America and put America first. I yield back.
The chair is prepared to call the question. Yes, Mr. Brady is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Make no mistake, the biggest incentive to offshore American jobs and revenue in manufacturing is this bill, is raising our corporate tax rate to the worst in the world and rewriting the international tax code to favor foreign companies and workers over U.S. workers and companies. We've been asked to be consistent, quote, consistent with international economic consensus. There is no consensus, absolutely none. Ireland, Hungary, Estonia, others, they're not buying a global minimum tax that actually works against jobs and growth in their country. China, they haven't agreed to this. They want major carve-outs to make sure it doesn't apply to them. In other foreign countries, have they shown interest? Absolutely. And why wouldn't they? America is surrendering economically. They're glad to take our jobs, but they also want to take our tax revenue. And by some estimates, part of this global minimum tax agreement from Treasury Secretary Yellen could send up to $100 billion of our tax base to foreign countries. $100 billion that we're going to need to fund services here in America, especially as we come out of this COVID. My Democrat friends and I actually agree, and there are a number of you, which I compliment, who agree it is foolish for America to move first on this issue. Look, we are already negotiating from a position of weakness because of the president's insistence on the worst tax rates in the world. Secretary Yellen has already made major concessions without consulting Congress about whether not grandfathering our tax code in GILTI, not ending the digital services taxes. And our foreign competitors have made it clear they're going for it anyway. They're gonna take a bite out of America's tax base regardless of what we do. So the amendment makes, I think, a simple point, which is we have a global minimum tax. It works well. It discourages and makes it very hard for U.S. companies to export their profits or import their deductions, but it allows them to compete and win around the world. And when they do, to bring those profits back to reinvest here in America. I think it's crucially important that we not surrender and weaken our negotiating position further. Final point I'd like to make, I know, Chairman, you're very sincere in this. You've had conversations with businesses during tax reform, but I led this reform of tax reform. And businesses needed to be competitive, American businesses, to create those jobs here. I can't tell you how many businesses, when they were trying to build a new plant or do their research, look, America wasn't anywhere on the top 10 list of where they could put those. Our tax code made it impossible. But that all changed after tax reform. And that 21% rate, which puts us right in the middle of our competitors, had major change. I had a biotech company in New England tell me in their office, because of their this new tax code, they were doing their research and development in America, not in Europe. They were keeping their patents in America, not overseas. They were going to do their advanced manufacturing if they could find the workers in New England. We've talked about this before, Chairman. So I think it's really important to make the point, businesses with that 21% rate, because it was finally competitive, paid for 85% of that corporate rate cut. They wouldn't have done that at 25, certainly wouldn't have done that at 28%. But they stepped forward and provided the revenue, 3/4 of the revenue, to pay this rate down so America could be competitive again. Let's not compound our economic surrender by moving forward on guilty when the rest of the world, frankly, is cheering, sabotaging our own competitiveness. It just doesn't make sense for the country. I support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I certainly thank my colleague for this amendment that is so relevant to maintaining competitiveness and the realities that exist in terms of taxation around the world. I know that Secretary Yellen's supposed victory for a worldwide or a global minimum tax is celebrated, but I would certainly associate myself with comments of Mr. Brady suggesting that that is not a victory. We ought not outsource our tax policy, number one, but I don't think we should be so naive to think that an agreement like that would actually hold. Why would it hold, and why should we act first to increase our taxes when Europe alone is already lower than our 21%? And France lowered theirs since the global minimum tax agreement supposedly took place. I just think it is extremely unwise for us to raise taxes, harm the very businesses that we should support with better tax policy, not with checks from the government, not with subsidies for certain actions that gain political favor from this body, but to actually think about the future, to think about what true competition is, what it needs to be, how we can be leveraging our tax code for more opportunity in America. And I just think that it is extremely unwise. I realize there is a high level of animosity, both rhetorically and fiscally, toward businesses across our country. I think it's sad. I think the demonization of prosperity is unwise. I mean, you'd never know that our tax code depends very heavily on prosperity, the way prosperity is so demonized here in this room that we've been hearing for several days now, and beyond this room. We hear it from folks on the other side on a very regular basis. But I actually appreciate my colleague who mentioned a few minutes ago the fact that workers are what support our corporations. That's true. That's why I believe that there is a synergy between corporations and workers that is absolutely vital for success. And I think we should always focus on how we can empower workers themselves. And that is not through a one-size-fits-all approach. That's definitely not through raising taxes on the very corporation who supplies the paychecks for its workers. And there are just so many things that I think we should stay away from that are contained in this legislation. But definitely we ought not put our country in a less competitive position because we know that out there are other countries who would welcome with open arms U.S. businesses relocating yet again back to the way things were, with inversions taking place left and right, and ultimately whittling away at our very own tax base that I would hope we would work to strengthen rather than undermine. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman, and I will be brief. And the reason I think we're in this dilemma today, and was like, come on, you all want to be heard. It would have been better had we had an opportunity instead of Monday morning getting 1,100 pages of what this legislation is. If we had maybe used the process that we've used so often before. I'm just going to go through this one more time, and I would like to submit this for the record. It's called Transforming America in 17 Days. There's no reason.
The gentleman is recognized to have that matter included in the record.
Okay, thank you, sir. I mean, I don't know why September 15th had to be the deadline to get all this done. I mean, it's it doesn't make sense to me. And I'm just going to go over this real quickly. And it's worth putting Ms. Pelosi's blitzkrieg in historic context. FDR's New Deal programs were passed incrementally over 2 presidential terms with overwhelming Democrat majorities. So even when you had overwhelming majorities, it took two different terms. Democrats created this great society over 2 years with supermajorities. Obamacare was hashed out over 9 months before Democrats enacted it into law with 56 votes in the Senate. In contrast, the 2017 and often maligned but the champion of a turnaround in our economy, the 2017 GOP tax reform was deep debated for months and its principles for years before Congress voted. I don't know why we had to abandon a successful process and rush to September 15th to say we have to have this done by September 15th. The biggest tax increases America has ever seen since 1968 need to be put into place and put in place in a hurry. We didn't have to be here today under this type of pressure if the majority had followed what history says it should have followed and had hearings, had the debate, had people come in and talk to us about this, as opposed to take it or leave it. This is what we're going to do because we're in the majority. That's not the way it's supposed to work. I have great respect for you, Mr. Chairman. You know that. I just don't understand why September 15th had to be the deadlines of all deadlines to pass the greatest tax increase since 1986 and the things that somehow this is the way it should be done. So when people ask me back home, why can't you guys get along? I think it's obvious. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remark on some of the comments from my colleague from Texas, my friend, Mr. Doggett, who talked about the incentives that were created in TCJA and the sort of new reality post Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, where there are incentives for companies and jobs to move overseas. It is a dangerous place to be when we're ignoring facts. That will doom us to repeat the mistakes we were making prior to tax reform. Prior to tax reform, as you all have heard, and these are facts that are not to be disputed, we had thousands of inversions, jobs, companies and their jobs moving overseas. I've talked to many of the biotech industry folks, and they have said that 70% of the acquisitions of our pharmaceutical and biotech companies that are creating the best innovations, life-saving, life-changing innovations, 70% pre-Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of those acquisitions were happening with foreign companies buying out American companies. Today, it's the opposite. 70% of those acquisitions are by U.S. companies. So whether it's the $1.6 trillion in capital that came back to the United States after comprehensive tax reform that lowered tax burdens on job creators, or the millions of jobs, the inversions of the acquisitions I just talked about, those are the facts. So we can't have a strategy that ignores the science, as you would say, ignores the facts. The second piece is, the second comment I have on his remarks were that we're confident China and Janet Yellen will sit down and peacefully negotiate comparable tax burdens. Listen, to trust China as our strategy is absolutely a recipe for failure. Trusting China is a bad strategy, period. I think it's a bad strategy to expect that we would raise our tax and increase the tax burden on job creators and then negotiate a voluntary raising of taxes on other countries' job creators. It's so naive, and I think it is going to result in a real competitive disadvantage. It's going to hurt America, and along with all the other things I've talked about. So can't trust China. That's a bad strategy. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. A reminder that on the question, that this was carefully crafted to reflect a global consensus. And as the discussions proceed, there will be ample opportunity for members of this committee and others to comment on the process. With that, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor of the gentleman's amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman has asked for a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
No.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal, no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene?
Hey.
Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta?
Yeah, but if it's
Mr. Panetta votes no. Miss Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Miss Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez?
Gomez, no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Miss Plaskett? Miss Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Miss Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed, aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith, Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington?
Yes. Sorry.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes?
Yes.
Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails.
Thank you.
Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Mr. LaHood, virtually.
Mr. LaHood, virtually.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thompson.
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson's reserved a point of order. The amendment will be passed out and the gentleman will be recognized.
Did I miss something?
No,
Okay, so
you got it.
he's got it.
You got you. Mr. LaHood is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, we've heard on the first two amendments this morning about a lot about China and how we stay competitive as it relates to tax policy. And really, this is about how we prevent jobs from going overseas, my amendment this morning. And my amendment's pretty simple. It prevents subtitle J from moving investment or drug manufacturing to foreign companies or foreign countries, including China. My amendment states that the Secretary of Health and Human Services must certify that no shift in investment in pharmaceutical, biotechnology, or manufacturing jobs in the United States will be lost to China or another foreign country before implementing any provisions of subtitle J. As we've heard, China is an existential threat to our country from a national security standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from a tech standpoint, but I think most importantly from an economic standpoint. And we have to make sure we are competitive. And what worries me about the legislation that my colleagues on the Democratic side have put forth is it is going to put us at an economic disadvantage. There's no doubt about it. And it's deeply frustrating to see the partisan process that we've been through over the last few days. And I hope that this legislation does not pass. And if this bill moves forward, I believe we will significantly harm U.S. competitiveness, investment, particularly in the U.S. pharmaceutical research areas and the development of future cures. With the loss of investment coupled with the significant tax increases on export income that my colleagues across the aisle are supporting today, U.S. companies will be forced to make business decisions to relocate to foreign countries and cut jobs here at home. That's the reality. In my home state of Illinois, Mr. Chairman, it is estimated that we could lose over $17 billion in economic output, as well as nearly 58,000 jobs. The United States is the leader in supporting funding of innovation and drug development, which benefits most of the world. Just as the United States filled the innovation gap left by the European Union in the mid-1980s, I'm concerned that foreign countries like China will fill the research void we will leave behind if this bill is enacted. China is making large and strategic investments by providing corporate incentives for companies developing biopharmaceuticals domestically. China continues to recruit more than 10,000 Chinese citizens studying in the U.S. back to China to conduct competing pharmaceutical research. And China's Ministry of Science and Technology continues to prioritize bioscience research and infrastructure. And I know I heard my colleague, Mr. Swazi, talk earlier about this is a race to the bottom. It's not a race to the bottom, Mr. Chairman, in the sense that this is about who has the best economic environment to succeed in, who has the best tax policy, who is incentivizing research and innovation. And the United States leads the way on that. But if this bill the Democrats are putting forward today moves forward, we're going to be at a significant disadvantage to China and others. Because of their favorable tax status and what they're doing in terms of attracting businesses to China and in other countries. While our committee races to meet an arbitrary deadline imposed by Speaker Pelosi and the Democrat leadership, foreign countries like China are already preparing to fill the vacuum that the United States will leave if these reckless tax and health policies are enacted. So we need to be prepared, and that's what this amendment here today addresses. Instead of trillions of dollars in additional spending and recklessly increasing our national debt, this Congress should be focused on responsible economic policy, continuing to support the recovery of COVID-19. How do we get back to the economy we had prior to COVID? Best economy in my lifetime by every indication, Mr. Chairman. We had more people working in this country. People benefited at every economic level throughout the country. We were at an all-time high by every indication. We need to get back to that. Ensuring Americans have access to high-quality healthcare, not harming access to future cures, which this bill before us will do, and continuing to work on responsible trade policies that support U.S. competitiveness abroad. This is about competitiveness. And that's why my amendment is necessary here today, Mr. Chairman. This bill that the Democrats have put forward will ultimately lead the United States losing jobs and economic investment. Instead, we must support efforts to keep the United States the beacon of innovation. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that members support this amendment to keep us in the strong economic position that we're in now, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I withdraw my point of order and I recognize Mr. Doggett.
No industry in America has been more creative in exploiting the many loopholes in our tax laws than the pharmaceutical industry. They rely on American education system. They use our research and development tax credits to the maximum, and then they license their intellectual property and manufacture and abroad in order to avoid U.S. taxes. They are very proud of charging, of paying Irish taxes and charging Americans not Irish prices, but the highest prices in the world. Avoiding their taxes on the one hand to pay for the security and the system that allows them to prosper around the world, and exploiting American consumers on the other with outrageous prices that grow year after year and deny Americans the life-saving pharmaceuticals that they need. It's been suggested by my colleague from Texas that it is naive to trust China. It is naive, I believe, to believe, maybe it's intentional, that multinationals will not exploit every loophole that we create, and we have created so many over the years, and too many remain in the law after this bill is enacted. What's naive is to believe that if the tax rate for investing abroad is half of the tax rate for investing at home, you won't be creating a big incentive to export American profits and American jobs. And that's exactly what has happened since the Republican Trump tax law of 2017. We've had the Irish bragging about 2 pharmaceutical manufacturers adding to their lines in Ireland because it's cheaper to invest abroad than to invest in America and protect American jobs. I know that Republicans feel this morning that if they talk enough about America being last, if they talk enough about us having the highest tax rate, that people will listen to their words and ignore the facts. But the facts are quite clear, not determined by Democrats or Republicans, but by independent organizations, that the effective tax rate that these companies are paying is less than 8%, that they enjoy a 10% advantage over our foreign competitors. And the analysis by an independent organization, Reuters, of the actual financial statements show that if you enacted everything President Biden has recommended, and which I would like to see, but which our bill does not do, providing him only half of the revenue, less than half of the revenue that he's requested. But if you did everything and there wasn't any global minimum tax at all, we'd still enjoy a significant competitive advantage because there are so many loopholes that pharmaceutical manufacturers and other manufacturers exploit. America is leading the world stage, and China and these other countries have been following Secretary Yellen's leadership in ending the global race to the bottom. China wants to get some of the tax revenue that's been stateless in the island tax havens, just like everyone else. They have an incentive not to take advantage of us, but to seek the same objective we have. It's not that we trust them. It's that we have a common interest in stopping this race to the bottom in corporate taxation. The most helpful thing that this Congress can do is to support Secretary Yellen and reject this and similar amendments and pass an international tax plan like President Biden has proposed. There's no reason that America ought not to lead. These folks are saying to you, America should follow the rest of the world. I think it should lead. That's what President Biden, Secretary Yellen are doing. They are protecting American jobs. They're protecting the American tax base. Rejecting this amendment is the best way to undercut unfair foreign competition and stateless income. I urge rejection of the amendment to protect American consumers and American taxpayers.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Weinstrup, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
At the end of the day, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act created an environment where doing business in the United States was among the best options for our job creators and our innovators. After TCJA, we finally saw a resurgence of American manufacturing after years of decline. That's a fact, not a talking point. Since TCJA, there have been no corporate inversions. That's a fact, not a talking point. We had record job creation and record low unemployment. That's a fact, not a talking point. John Adams once said, "Facts are stubborn things." I think for some, facts don't matter. Look, today we've heard a lot of Democrat talking points. I couldn't help but think of what Ronald Reagan once said. He said, well, the trouble with our liberal friends is not that they're ignorant. It's just that they know so much that isn't so. Well, some things never change. And to my friends on the other side, I do want to say, it's dangerous to brag about helping one when you're ignoring the hundreds that are being harmed by the action being taken. But Democrats are hoping to weaken our global position through this bill here today. We should work to make America the most attractive place to start to grow a business. Some of my colleagues today are portraying our corporations as adversaries. That's unequivocally false. These hearings have shown that many Democrats have disdain for successful job creators. And at the same time, they're willing to give a pass to those that commit fraud. It's all in the recorded testimonies of the last several days. If we let this bill pass, we'll be giving a helping hand to our actual adversaries like China. Pandemic has taught us that there are vulnerabilities in some of our critical medical supply chains. A real lesson learned. If you told me when I was serving in Iraq as a surgeon that our warfighters' critical medical supplies and protective equipment were being produced and sourced from our adversaries, I would have been stunned. How did we get here? For our nation's health security and our national security, this is a vulnerability that should not wait to be fixed. We have to bolster domestic innovation and production of prescription drugs, medical devices, and biological products. I've been working for more than a year on legislation that would bring jobs back home and help the U.S. advance our leadership on medical manufacturing to better prepare for the future and for our safety. And I'd like to work with my colleagues on that. But I ask that we at least not enact legislation that would outright harm U.S. manufacturing. That's why I support my colleagues' amendment to ensure that no provision of H.R. 3 shall result in a shift in investment of pharmaceutical biotechnology or drug manufacturing jobs from the U.S. to other foreign countries, including and especially China. If you'd like to support our foreign adversaries, I recommend you vote no on Representative LaHood's amendment. But if you support American jobs, American innovation, and American health security, and our national security, then you will adopt this amendment, and I urge that, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Brady, you're recognized.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Thompson. So international tax code can be complicated, but this deals with the issue of innovation. Where do you do your R&D? Where do you develop your patents? Where do you put those patents? And before the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the answer was mainly that was located anywhere but America. Ireland, other countries with patent boxes were very aggressive. America couldn't compete. And so in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we redesigned the tax code to promote American ownership of American intellectual property. And it worked beautifully. R&D, research and development, surged by 25% in the years after tax reform. Companies started bringing back intellectual property and keeping it here. I was in a round table with California with about 15 of our most competitive companies. They hire a lot of workers, compete around the world. Every one of those representatives going around the table told me that they had either brought intellectual property and patents back to America or keeping it here because for the first time, the code encouraged them to do that. So I think making the importance of this amendment is to ensure we don't lose ground. We don't send U.S. jobs and revenues overseas without a question. Without this amendment passing, intellectual property will be located overseas. Tax haven activity will occur. I don't think any of us want to do that. With that, I urge support.
I thank the gentleman. The question is on the passage of the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No.
And that asks a recorded vote.
It's the opinion of the chairs that the noes have it. Been asked for a recorded vote. Please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell?
No.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes yes. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes yes.
Mr. Reed votes yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes yes. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes yes.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes yes. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any amendments in the nature, to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hearn. Virtually.
Mr. Hearn, the gentleman from Oklahoma, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Thompson.
I reserve a point of
Mr.
order.
Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as soon as the gentleman's amendment is passed out, he will proceed. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, FDII provides an important counterbalance to GILTI to keep successful R&D in the United States, create valuable IP in the United States, and even bring IP home instead of being housed in some overseas tax haven, as was too often the case during the Obama-Biden administration. FDII provides this parity with GILTI to discourage offshoring through a lower 13% rate on high return income, effectuated to a much higher 37% deduction from income tax at the 21% headline corporate rate. This bill before us today reduces FDII, incentivizing by delinking FDII and GILTI with a GILTI proposed effective rate of 17.4%, while the FDII effective tax rate is only proposed to be 20.7%. We saw record R&D investment from TCJA, and recent data shows that the amount of intellectual property profits booked in the United States is on the rise. In the tech sector alone, companies have shifted an astonishing $60 billion into the United States in 2020 because of TCJA. Tax reform is working, Jobs and innovation are coming back home, and we should be building on these gains. Instead, my colleagues on the other side of the job-killing tax and spend agenda will set us back on global competitiveness. Democrats take a hatchet to FDIC, encouraging a migration of IP back to tax havens and sending jobs and innovations overseas. FDIC supports innovation and investment, and FDIC encourages high return and advanced manufacturing to be performed in the United States. Businesses often establish R&D centers and supply chains around where their high return intellectual property is located. These activate and create well-paying jobs, as we've seen time and time again. Moreover, bringing highly mobile intellectual property into the United States from low tax jurisdiction provides the U.S. the primary right to tax, increasing U.S. tax revenue, as opposed to only a secondary right if it's taxed under GILTI. Intellectually property-intensive businesses employ 45 million Americans and account for some 38% of the United States GDP. Forfeiting our competitiveness and benefits of the FDIC would have a disastrous consequence for our economy. It seems like my Democrats are just pulling levers, trying to find revenue and see what won't hurt them in the short term, hoping that people won't understand what's going on. These are the same questions that I asked Secretary Yellen in a previous Ways and Means hearing. Nobody else asked the questions on those, which is what my Democrat friends would like to do, is just let this happen because the multinationals are the evil people. And we've allowed them now to have an opportunity to bring their jobs and their companies, their people back to the United States and create jobs in America, which I know is contradictory to what this administration has done since the moment that President Biden was sworn in. They've been playing this game far too long. The Democrats cry about people leaving their state, and they wonder why. What they don't understand is, just like people leaving high-tax states, companies will leave this beautiful economy and this country and go somewhere with friendlier tax policies. For 4 years, the Democrats have bashed TCJA's international tax policies, saying it's encouraging offshore. As we've heard throughout the hearing today, so many jobs have been created. The positive economy that we've seen leading up to COVID and how rapidly those jobs built up. This is simply untrue, and it's clear the policy in the front of us today encourages profit shifting while penalizing all companies that brought back their IP to the United States. We have got to give consistent, encouraging news to people who create jobs around the world in this global economy that we've got your back. We're going to allow you to bring companies back here without changing the tax policy every 2 or 3 years. That's not what it's about. And those folks that are on the other side of the aisle that have created jobs, they know that to be certain. We can't keep changing our tax policies. My amendment would preserve FDIC and the good jobs and critical innovation it brings back to our economy. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Thompson, do you insist on your point?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order and ask to be recognized to speak against this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I say, I oppose this amendment. Democrats understand the importance of having ownership of IP in the United States, but we don't think these changes endanger that incentive. Our proposal represents a compromise that we think calibrates the FDII incentive most appropriately. Vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
The question before us is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for a voice vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Chairman, I ask for a record
The
vote.
gentleman from Nebraska has requested a record vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell?
No.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
No.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Dalbene? Ms. Dalbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee?
No.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Kildee votes no.
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Less about companies,
Mr. Swazi?
much more about shipping.
Mr. Panetta?
Yeah.
Mr. Panetta? Miss Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Miss Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Miss Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Miss Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady? Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith, Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice?
Mr. Rice votes aye.
Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood is yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Winstrup, yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Arrington's yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Hearn, aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized. Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order. And while we pass out the gentleman's amendment, we'll wait a couple of seconds.
But then the anticipation.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is very simplistic. It basically removes the increase and would leave the current global intangibles. Sorry, we're getting some feedback there. One of the reasons I wanted to walk through this is everyone here already knows that you're all very, very smart, but in helping make the argument, you all understand the global intangible tax. What is it? It's basically, it is not about a company moving its headquarters. It's about profit shifting. We're trying to keep you from a global international, U.S.-based corporation from moving part of its profit stack to a country that may have a more favorable tax rate. We have a couple studies, and I'm going to submit both for the record. One from a truly prestigious university called Arizona State University. And this one focuses, my alma mater, focuses just on Arizona and the impact of this type of tax increase. I also have one here from the National Association of Manufacturers and talking about what happens there. For also everyone's memory, remember, even under the current tax law, in the next couple of years, the global minimum actually goes up. It's already built into the tax law.
So let's walk through a couple of the numbers real quick, and you can see my concern on this. According to the study my university did, they estimate it could be 27,000 to 42,000 jobs functionally get lost in the next decade. Now, Arizona, you may not think about this, is a big exporting state. So the relationship of, do you tax it here or do you now create the distortion? But the other thing was also fascinating is just to my state, they're looking at about $5 to $6 billion reduction in investments. The national study is their mean number is about 500,000 to 1 million job losses. So we need to take this seriously. It's if you walk through just the mechanisms of how the global intangible works, we basically say, here's your profits in this country. What's a rational rate of return? Okay, so 10% is the threshold we give them. And then you pay, functionally it's 50, think of it this way, 50% of what our domestic rate would be on those. And then in the next couple of years, that goes up, I think, is it to 62.5. The model we have right now is working. You can see it's actually raised much more in the way of resources, of revenues, than I think we modeled a couple of years ago when we did tax reform. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the basis of the amendment, is I fear we're about to break something, lose lots of jobs, lots of investment, and when that's ultimately modeled, I have the feeling this portion of the tax changes that are being proposed by the Democrats isn't going to raise a fraction of what the expectation is. With that, I yield back.
Does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order and ask to be recognized in opposition to this amendment.
On the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, members, 130 countries have agreed to set a global minimum tax rate of at least 15%. We need to raise the GILTI rate to at least that threshold in order to show leadership on the global stage. I value Secretary Yellen's leadership in negotiating this impressive agreement, and I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Yep. Is there anybody else who wishes to be recognized on Mr. Schweikert's amendment? The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be real short on this. I just want to make sure I understand this. So 130 countries around the world are really encouraging us to participate in this. Wow. Wouldn't you love your competition if you're outgaining them all the time to say to you, listen, what you need to do is dumb down because we really would love you to do that. I don't know. I always thought in America, we just didn't want to participate. We wanted to dominate. We want to dominate because we're the best country. We want to dominate because we're the best nation the world's ever known. Why in the heck would we turn the sovereignty of our own taxing structure over to 130 different countries? Yeah, thanks so much for doing that. I wish I played against you. I wish you had the car dealership beside me. I'd eat your lunch.
Not a bad sign. It would be lower than that.
The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, wishes to be heard on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Barthold about this. We're talking about 132, I believe, is the number of countries that have entered into negotiation about a minimum tax. How many of those have passed the GILTI tax that they have in effect for operations within their country? Do you happen to know that?
Mr. Estes, there are none at present. None at present, sir.
None. Yeah, that's my concern, is that there's a lot of countries out there that have talked about it and entered into this negotiation, but really haven't done anything. And I go back to, one of our great American presidents, Ronald Reagan, talked about trust but verify when he was talking about nuclear disarmament. And I think this is the type of things that we need to do to make sure that it's great to be able to work and come up with agreements, but we also need to verify and make sure they're happening. And since we don't have that happening now, that's why I'm supporting this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The question comes on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
move to strike the word and yield my time to Mr. Schweikert.
Mr. Smith has yielded his time to Mr. Schweiker.
And we'll do this really quick. Maybe the amendment should have been our ultimate guilt or global intangible tax would be equal to the new global minimum, because do understand that is substantially less than what we're doing right now. So, okay, I appreciate the praise for Secretary Yellen, but understand that global tax is substantially less than we're at and will be substantially lower than where you're going. So we need to get that in our head. This is not actually the rest of the world going up, and we're still way above the rest of the world. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question comes on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Schweikert. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a record vote.
Mr. Schweiker and Mr. Smith have asked for a recorded vote. Clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis?
David votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunes votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Arrington's a yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
I heard a faint echo. Not sure if there's a technical problem or not. The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, we have 24 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 24 ayes, 24 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment. I'm just trying to recognize who the sponsor of the amendment is. Dr. Winstrup?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson?
I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from California has reserved a point of order. The amendment will be passed out. The gentleman will be recognized to speak in his amendment. The gentleman is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, evidence suggests that the SARS-CoV-2 may have leaked from a lab at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, or possibly, we now know, possibly from a Wuhan University lab. And we must not let up in our efforts to uncover the truth. So much damage has been done, it's immeasurable. However, regardless of whether the lab leak theory is true, one thing that this pandemic has exposed is that U.S. taxpayer dollars have been funneled to the very lab in China that conducts the kind of dangerous and sensitive gain-of-function research that may have directly led to this outbreak. For those who don't know, gain-of-function experiments are designed to supercharge a pathogen like a virus and make it more dangerous to humans and potentially more deadly. Advocates in favor of this kind of research say it aims to improve understanding of disease-causing agents and their potential to cause pandemics. However, despite the potential benefits we might possibly gain from it, gain-of-function research can pose enormous risks to biosecurity and biosafety and humanity when conducted without the proper safety precautions. Last week, The Intercept reported that it obtained more than 900 pages of NIH documents outlining collaboration between the EcoHealth Alliance, a US-based nonprofit, and the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The documents appear to show several examples of the US supporting gain-of-function research in China. It's outrageous, actually. It's incomprehensible to think that we may have funded this type of dangerous research conducted by one of our greatest adversaries. Congress needs to ensure that American taxpayer dollars are never again used to fund this grave and potentially devastating research to continue in uncontrolled environments. It is especially critical that we make sure federal dollars are not directly or indirectly going to fund projects conducted by our foreign adversaries like China. In June, I introduced legislation to address this very practice, and I'm pleased there seems to be broad bipartisan support on the issue. A labor HHS appropriations bill that recently passed the House contained language getting at this issue of federal dollars from directly or indirectly going to fund gain-of-function research in China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Every Democrat in the House voted for this bill. Unfortunately, because it was an appropriations bill, the corresponding penalty in my bill that would ensure compliance with this provision could not be included. That's why I'm offering this amendment today, to give those provisions some teeth. My amendment would simply remove tax-exempt status for 5 years for any entity the Secretary of Treasury finds to have used federal funds to support sensitive gain-of-function research in adversarial nations like China, which would include the nonprofit EcoHealth Alliance. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record Monday's Wall Street Journal editorial outlining why Congress must continue to work to get to the bottom of COVID-19's origins, as well as focus efforts of funding gain-of-function research. Garth, if I may.
So, ordered, would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Was that the editorial that was critical of me?
I
don't want to be too helpful to you, but I will insert it in the record.
Well, thank you. We'll talk about that offline, sir.
It's entered into the record.
Thank you. Regardless of if you believe the evidence shows the COVID-19 virus originated in a lab in China, one thing we should have consensus on is that China is not our ally in getting to the truth. As noted in the IC's declassified takeaways a couple weeks ago, China continues to hinder the global investigation into the virus's origins. And none of us should be naive enough to believe that geopolitical adversaries like China will ever be transparent with the United States regarding sensitive and potentially dangerous research of any kind. As the United States responded to this global pandemic, we enacted unprecedented legislation to help our country recover and eventually get back on our feet. But as we seek to turn this page on this crisis, we must take steps to ensure it doesn't happen again. So I do urge adoption of my amendment. It does have bipartisan support, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order, but ask to be recognized.
Gentleman is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think we should lose sight of what the underlying bill before us is intended to do. The bill invests billions of dollars in child tax credit benefits that will cut childhood poverty in half. It provides support to approximately 17 million low-wage workers, reducing poverty and improving lifelong health and economic outcomes for working families. It gives 1 in 5 Americans who are providing unpaid care to loved ones with long-term care needs a boost. It contains the single largest federal investment ever in the green economy, addressing the climate change that is affecting all of us across the country, and at the same time spurring good paying jobs in every congressional district in our country. The bill will result in nearly 1.5 million new affordable rental units over the next 10 years. It invests in public schools, businesses, and homes in low-income communities across the country. And it allows our state and our local governments to deploy billions in financing for investments in roads, in bridges, in airports, in water infrastructure, and in schools. It improves medical care for millions of our fellow Americans. Contrast with the amendment before us. The amendment has absolutely nothing to do with actually improving the underlying measures or in some way even highlighting an infirmity with the policy. It's merely a gotcha amendment, and it's intended to score quick political points. See this for what it is. Vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the recognition. In the last few months, many doctors, analysts, and policymakers have acknowledged the increasing likelihood that COVID-19 originated in a leak from China's Wuhan lab. Although Beijing has blocked international investigators from accessing much of the direct evidence, at this point in time, all the circumstantial evidence points to a lab leak, and none of the evidence indicates that there was a natural jump from animals to humans. It's an amazing coincidence that the Wuhan lab engaged in gain-of-function research, which involves engineering viruses to make them more transmissible or more lethal in humans. While it can have legitimate purposes, gain-of-function research is controversial for numerous reasons, including the possibility of lab leaks. Another ethical problem is the potential application of gain-of-function research in bioweaponry. And in another fantastic coincidence, the Wuhan lab's operations had significant participation from the Chinese military, including the appointment of a top biowarfare expert from the People's Liberation Army as head of the lab in February 2020. As the COVID-19 pandemic wreaks havoc on world economies and on human lives, we need to consider whether gain-of-function research is worth the risks. But it's already clear that no American entity should be funding gain-of-function research by malevolent regimes like those in China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. We don't have normal relations with these regimes because they can't be trusted and they undermine U.S. interests through nuclear blackmail, theft of U.S. intellectual property, espionage, cyber attacks, propaganda campaigns, and many other means. It's impossible to trust any of these governments with gain-of-function research, yet American entities have done exactly that. That includes U.S. government grants funneled through the nonprofit organization EcoHealth Alliance that funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab. The explanations we've heard from those involved in these grants that technically this was not gain-of-function research, even though it looks exactly like it, border on the preposterous. We need to ensure that nonprofits understand there will be severe consequences for funding gain-of-function research by pariah states, and that it's no longer in these organizations' self-interest to do so. This amendment will send that unmistakable message, and I encourage my colleagues to support this vital measure. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Dr. Wenstrup.
Gentleman has yielded his time.
I thank the gentleman. You know, I appreciated the comments from the other side about the bill, which was really not germane to the amendment whatsoever. But I would like to say that what we are here to discuss in so many forms is our economy and our health. And this is completely appropriate to put some teeth into something that potentially and more than likely help destroy our economy and help destroy many, many lives, many that died. Now, if you want to leave it up to chance that this own government, our United States government, is not going to put any measures on someone who may be funding this type of research that could cause this type of pandemic, which even Dr. Fauci acknowledged could happen. Back in 2012, he acknowledged that this type of research could cause a pandemic. Why would we want to let this go? This is a responsibility that we can take on in this committee. We already know the feelings of the entire Congress in a bipartisan fashion about this, and that it shouldn't happen, and that we won't appropriate for it anymore. But there's no teeth to it. Let's put some teeth to it. Let's make sure it doesn't happen again. Now's the chance. So you call it a gotcha? Well, it's going to get you. Because I don't think that you should ignore this and just let it go and not take action as a responsible member of Congress and legislate into law the possibility of actually having punitive measures against anyone that partakes in this type of activity. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Ferguson, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I listen to my colleague from Northern California give his description of this tax plan, the vision that came to mind is someone jumping on a unicorn riding over a rainbow to see an imaginary pot of gold. I know he takes exception to that. I know that we see the world differently. I accept that. But the one thing that we both should agree on is that we should not give one bit of tax relief to an entity that is found to have been involved with gain of function, working with our adversaries to create a virus that has killed millions of our fellow Americans. I urge adoption and support of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman has yielded back the balance of his time. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for this voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'm not asked for
Mr. Brady has
vote.
requested a roll call vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett,
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal votes no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Miss Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Miss Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Miss Sewell? Miss Sewell votes no. Miss Delbene? Miss Delbene votes no. Miss Chu?
Chu votes no.
Miss Chu votes no. Miss Moore?
Moore votes no.
Miss Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Miss Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Miss Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Miss Plaskett? Miss Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Ms. Walorski?
Aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes aye. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Is there anyone else who wishes to offer an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Chairman? Yes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as soon as the gentleman's amendment is passed out, Mr. Smith, okay, yeah, fine. I think the amendment has arrived and the gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank you, Chairman. Now, from the beginning, President Biden vowed to raise taxes immediately on U.S. businesses, even though our country is recovering from the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. But the last thing struggling American businesses need right now is a massive tax hike. Of course, Mr. Biden's tax plan shouldn't come as a surprise. When he was vice president, the United States corporate tax rate was the highest in the industrialized world. U.S. companies weren't competitive with their foreign counterparts. For those of us on Ways and Means at the time, we can remember there were constant headlines about companies moving their headquarters overseas, largely because of our uncompetitive and outdated tax system. The Biden plan to increase the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28% would quickly take us back to those days, as well as the tax increase Democrats at the dais are proposing in this bill. Now, if our members across the aisle get their way, this country would be saddled once again with one of the highest business tax rates in the industrialized world. Considering federal and tax rates, U.S. companies, both large and small, would see higher taxes than their foreign competitors in Europe. Mr. Biden says our tax system encourages offshoring, profit shifting, and inversions. And he should sure know, because back when he was vice president, those things were all true. But then we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and all of a sudden, businesses started staying home, and other people from around the world flocked to America to do business here. This isn't rocket science. To put it simply, by passing the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we made America a more attractive place to do business. And this translated into more American jobs, plain and simple. Before the pandemic in 2019, the U.S. unemployment rate fell to its lowest in 50 years. Just 2 years ago, the unemployment rate was just 3.5%. But the global minimum tax proposed in this bill would make America the least competitive country once again, driving millions of jobs, manufacturing, research, and investment overseas. Democrats' minimum global tax makes it better to be a foreign worker or company than an American one, putting American companies at a disadvantage to our foreign competitors. This is the opposite of what happened under Tax Cuts and Jobs Act reform, where America became the most competitive economy in the world. In 2016, even Treasury Secretary Lew, after releasing the anti-inversion regulations, noted they were only a Band-Aid, and inversions and tax-driven foreign takeovers would continue without getting the corporate rate down and making the U.S. system more competitive. We all remember that giant sucking sound in the Obama years as corporations fled to foreign shores. There hasn't been a major corporate inversion announced since our GOP tax reform was passed. Prior to COVID, the U.S. economy was firing on all cylinders. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act made this country a more attractive place for business to headquarter, invest, and create American jobs. Tax reform stemmed from the flood of offshoring while encouraging U.S. companies to invest here and to stay here. According to a study by Price Waterhouse, the data support the notion that the 2017 tax reform legislation improved the attractiveness of the United States as the tax domicile for multi-international enterprises. If Democrats are confident that jobs won't be fleeing the country because of these tax hikes, they will have no issue voting for this amendment. The amendment simply says that tax increases will not go into effect until the U.S. Treasury can certify that U.S. jobs and investment will not move offshore because of this bill. Now, I brought a friend of mine along today because I know that it's easy sometimes. Now, you're not allowed to say anybody lies here, but you can say that they misspoke. So if you bring, this is a guy, we found him wandering around in the White House. He's helping them with messaging. And I would just call, so the whole message of Pinocchio, and that's not my way of describing it, it's actually the Washington Post, when Ms. Pelosi said that 86 million middle-class families will see a tax increase. Washington Post gave her 2 Pinocchios, right? And then Ms. McCaskill said the GOP tax cuts are not going to be helpful to the vast majority of people. And again, the Post gave her 2 Pinocchios. I would just suggest that the moral of the story is that when you raise taxes, when you raise regulations, you drive American businesses offshore. You drive American jobs offshore. You, in all sense of things, misspeak about what it is you're trying to accomplish. Let's make sure we don't lose American jobs when we do these kind of things. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to put into the record, and it does refer to you, sir. It's from the Wall Street Journal yesterday. And this is, again, I have great affection for you, so I'm not taking a shot at it. But it's been under wraps longer than some Egyptian mummies, but the bill for the Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Bernie Sanders spending agenda is about to be exposed to the air. The Ways and Means Committee draft increase that leaked over the weekend is a $2.2 trillion Washington money grab for the ages. The tax proposals aren't final, but Ways and Means will start debating them as early as Tuesday. So much for deliberation. As Chairman Richard Neal has said, publicizing tax increases too soon gives the opposition time to bill. Now that the details are out, we see what he means. This is a bizarre spin. And why in the world would we want to champion the largest tax increase since 1968? I would just suggest, if you don't want your nose to get too big, stop misspeaking about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the greatest influencer of a great economy and an ascension of American workers and American competitiveness around the world. Pinocchio won't tell you the truth, but I will, and so will the American public. We had great growth under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We had never seen anything like that in over half a century. I yield back, and I would just suggest to my friends, please, if you're concerned about American jobs, vote for this amendment.
the chair would recognize himself for just a couple of minutes. The chair is beginning to sense a pattern here with this editorial. So do we have to include it twice or three times? Would it be okay if we just included it once?
You asking me? And you know, listen, you know, I do have great affection for you, not just because we're Irish.
Believe me.
In Ireland,
was mayor,
this
Mr.
would
Kelly.
be called Blarney.
It's mild. What happens when you're mayor? So I'm going to recognize Mr. Smith on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important that we have, like I said, these discussions because I think this legislation is taking us in the opposite direction, certainly as it relates to the misspeaking, definitely misleading, and as some in even the mainstream press would say, the award of many Pinocchios on the assertions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. With that, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Kelly.
I know that we come here and we say that well, we need to start working together, and we really do need to start working together, not just for our own sake, but for the sake of the American people, because they have lost so much faith and trust and confidence in the way this model works. It makes you start to wonder, so what is that we can do to restore that confidence? I only use Pinocchio because I think that even Army manuals that are written at 6th grade level, and why is that? So that there's a general understanding and you don't have to go into too much detail of it. And we always want to somehow tell the moral of the story. And I would just say on this, and again, if everybody knows the story of Pinocchio, and every time he lies, his nose grows longer, and eventually, actually in this fairy tale, they ship him to an island. Pleasure Island, as a matter of fact, and while he's at Pleasure Island, the more he misbehaves, he starts to change, and the more he changes, at the end product, after he's reached his full potential of misspeaking and doing whatever it is he does, he actually turns into a jackass. Not directing it to anybody presently in this room, but also look. Elephants are supposed to have great memories, and I do have a great remember of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and I think the American people do also. We know that under Republican leadership and under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, America returned to its rightful place as the head of the world where everybody wanted to be. And I said earlier, as Americans, we just don't want to participate, we want to dominate. And why shouldn't we? A level playing field is one thing. Tilting the field one way or the other, and especially doing it to yourself, makes absolutely no sense to anybody that's ever been in a competitive business. All I would ask our colleagues on the other side is please take a look at what we're talking about. And I don't mean this to be funny. I mean it to be serious. You tell this story to one of your grandchildren, as I have, or one of your children, they get very, very quickly understand that it's do the right thing and don't misspeak. Especially don't misspeak on purpose in order to drive a point that may be not true. So I think as we have this opportunity to tell, and I know we're trying to run to the finish line right here, I will say what I said earlier. I have no idea why September 15th became the sacred date that all this had to be done, but here we are. Here we are. But we do have an opportunity in this house and in this room, and especially in Ways and Means, we have the ability to debate this and to come up with the answers that are right. All we're saying is let's delay the implementation of tax increases in Subtitle I until the Secretary of the Treasury certifies that tax increases will not result in jobs shipped overseas or reduced investment in the United States. Every member of Congress feels that way. So I would just ask you to step outside of whether you're wearing a blue shirt or a red shirt and start wearing a red, white, and blue shirt and say what's best for America. And in this case, it would really be, let's make sure we don't lose any more jobs or any more businesses or any more investment in this country by gaming ourselves out of that. So with that, my good friend,
thank the gentleman.
And fellow Irishman,
I thank the gentleman.
I yield back.
Thank you. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to let the gentleman from Pennsylvania know that the 1950s called. They want his policies back, his way of thinking, and the cartoon, because it's out of place in the 21st century where we have a modern populace, a modern economy, and we have to be able to compete in the 21st century. So at the same time, I understand people are trying to make their points, but let's do it in a respectful way. Let's do it without skirting the line. And it's something that I've been made aware of more and more as I've been on this committee, to show the proper respect. And I actually appreciate that about this committee, that we're not oversight or some other committee, but we're actually a committee that does big pieces of legislation that have profound impacts. We do have a disagreement on policy. We do have a disagreement on policy and legislation and how this country should be governed. But I don't think we need to resort to those kind of tactics. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady. You know, here in Southern West Virginia, we've experienced firsthand the disastrous effects of government overreach, destroying the economy of our state and creating widespread despair across the region. In response, West Virginia saw the largest decline in population in the most recent census. Due to the Republican Tax Cut and Jobs Act, coupled with business-friendly policies on the state level, and thanks to our Republican governor and legislature, West Virginia got back on track with growth in both jobs and wages. President Biden and my liberal colleagues across the aisle are attempting to reverse the painful gains that we have made over the last few years with their $3.5 trillion socialist spending plan. The National Federation of Independent Business warned that more than 21 million Main Street small businesses and their employees will be forced to shoulder the burden of the increased taxes, especially by repealing the first ever 20% small business deduction. Small businesses use these deductions to reinvest in their businesses to better serve their customers and communities. You know, small businesses make up the lifeblood of my state. There's like 95% of the businesses are small. These businesses are acutely aware of what's going on and how the changes in government policy can affect their bottom line. We just cannot go back to the policies from the Obama administration because there are so many livelihoods at stake in my state. Even with the gains that our small businesses have made so far in the recent years, many of the communities are still struggling. One such area is an area called McDowell County. When I moved here, McDowell County was a thriving community. There were like 100,000 people in their county. Now it's down in the teens. And that tells you what loss of jobs and loss of hope and despair. And that also was quite an area that had to deal with drug addiction. In fact, Anthony Bourdain, one of the last places that he had visited in his last series on TV, talked about how moved he was by McDowell and the people that were there, and he really loved it. And, you know, I came to Congress to fight for these communities, and I feel like they have no voice in their government and that you all are forgetting them. West Virginians have been burned before by government promises, and I just don't think they want help. I think they're feeling like they need to do it themselves, and they don't want to be fooled another time. I yield back my time.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, would like to be recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to respond to a few things I heard from my colleagues across the aisle. And I really feel like they are, what we call my neck of the woods is putting the cart before the horse, or maybe the buggy before the horse. Mr. Swazi from New York talked about wanting to make lives better. And he said, we can do that, but still keep economic engines going strong. Well, that's putting the cart before the horse. It's the economic engines going strong that have created opportunity for people, that have created a system that is the envy of the world. It is the economic engines going strong that create the jobs that are necessary to create that opportunity. Earlier in the day, Mr. Pasquale held up a newspaper with an article that talked about the poverty rate being the lowest poverty rate that we've seen in history. And I read that article as well. I saw it last night. And I don't know if Mr. Pasquale noticed this, but the poverty rate is lower only because of the government subsidies. The trillions of dollars that have been pumped into the economy, and I supported the CARES Act initially, felt that we needed that, but it is those government dollars that have lowered the poverty rate. I don't know that we should be all that proud of that, because that's not sustainable long term. If you think that's sustainable long term, why don't we pile enough money into the economy to lift everybody out of the poverty rate? Sure, we'd like to do that, but we know we can't because that system doesn't work. We are fortunate to live in a country that provides a safety net for people that cannot provide for themselves, and I will always support that. But we expect people who can provide for themselves to do so. And they can only do so if we have a strong economy that is creating jobs. So again, as I said, I was very proud that prior to COVID, we did have the lowest poverty rate ever in the history of the country without the government subsidies that are unsustainable. We had the lowest poverty rate being achieved in a sustainable fashion. We had more people working than ever before. It's a very, very clear difference. I listened to the Democrats, and I feel like they missed the point that economic system, that system where corporations can compete, can create products that people want to purchase, can create jobs. That's the foundation that can allow every American to achieve their own American dream. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman. So the chair intends to insert into the record at this moment the following dates on hearings that have been held since 2019. There have been 37 on the matters that are contained in our recommendations to the Budget Committee. On the gentleman's amendment, I believe that my colleague's amendment would not result in a change in revenues and outlays. And since that is the charge we have been given for the budget reconciliation process, I would urge a no vote. All those in favor of the gentleman's amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
A recorded vote is
Mr.
requested.
Brady has requested a recorded vote, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pasquale?
Pascal, no.
Mr. Pasquale votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunes votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 17 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 17 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Chairman, Jody here. I have an amendment at the desk, sir.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, is recognized.
Mr.
Thompson.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as soon as the amendment is in the hands of the members, the gentleman will be recognized to speak.
Okay.
The gentleman is recognized to speak at his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, no matter where you are on the spectrum, and I've heard from my Democrat colleagues everything from the trying to address what they believe is a climate challenge or the climate change. And then I've heard colleagues say that the fossil fuels, oil and gas producers are burning up the planet, and they think there'll be this apocalyptic end of the world as we know it in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And so there's this crisis, which I'm not surprised. I think I've seen a crisis abuse like never before, from COVID to income inequality to the climate. There are challenges, and we should responsibly address those. And in this case, wherever you are on it, you have to at least appreciate the fact that everyone on this committee slept in a cool house last night, and they got up and got dressed in a well-lit room. They cooked themselves breakfast, or somebody else did. They made their coffee. They got in a car or an airplane, and even if they rode their bicycle, they had petrochemical component parts to the tires and every other part of that bicycle. So we're dependent on fossil fuels for the quality of life we enjoy. We're blessed to have an abundance of oil and gas in this country. Absolutely blessed. It is the lifeblood of our economy. It basically fuels 80% of the entire global economy. And for the first time since the 1970s, we are energy independent. God bless America. You know what I mean? Like, we have the luxury of not begging other countries. And I don't want to be disrespectful, but we saw our president pleading with OPEC to produce more of that quote unquote planet polluting material, because I don't think he can handle politically the price at the pump and the inflationary effects on his anti-fossil energy policies. Look, it gives us the quality of life, economic prowess, global leadership. It gives us energy independence, which is national security, center pole in the tent on an issue of protecting Americans. When we went to rescue our fellow Americans, and we should have never left anyone behind. I've never seen that in my lifetime. I don't know that it's ever happened. I mean, we don't negotiate with terrorists, or we didn't before, and we don't leave Americans behind, but we didn't put an invoice in with OPEC and ask for our ration of energy to go rescue Americans. Okay. And we didn't have wind turbine powered tanks, and we didn't have solar panels and switchgrass to do what we needed to do. Again, God bless America, and God bless our oil and gas producers.
We cannot slap a global intangible low tax provision or tax burden on top of the highest taxed industry in the world, and that's oil and gas. We just simply can't do it. There's a reason that GILTI doesn't apply to oil and gas production around the world, because it's oil and gas reserves are immobile. They are tangible, not intangible. And oil and gas industries are the highest taxed in all industries in foreign tax jurisdictions, so they're not low tax. I mean, Janet Yellen gets this, so I would only ask, if you don't believe me, take a page out of her plan with the OECD's on this global minimum tax. Her first pillar and first principle is carving out extractions for these tangible assets. Extraction of minerals of all kinds, including oil and gas. So why in the world do we want to go backwards? Like I've said, build back backwards. This is another element of that. We would go backwards, colleagues, on being energy independent, having low cost energy for our working and poor folks who are like living paycheck to paycheck. And we've got 1 billion people in energy poverty. Why not the US of A solve that problem? Because we produce energy more efficiently, more environmentally friendly, with the best technology in the world. The demand for fossil fuels is not going down. It's going up. In fact, there's a EIA says that there's going to be a 50% increase in demand for energy. America ought to satisfy that. We ought to meet the needs. We ought to be able to get those customers, and we shouldn't cede that to China and other polluters. So please support this amendment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, to speak on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to my friend from Texas. First and foremost, this legislation that we have before us keys on energy independence. We are going to be energy independent in terms of what we've done with renewable energy, with wind, with solar, with geothermal. That's where the greatest job increases have been. That is sustainable over time. That's something that isn't dependent on international vagaries. This is something we actually control. It provides major benefits, particularly for a number of red states. We talked about that yesterday in terms of wind and solar. Our legislation builds on that momentum. That's where the job growth has been. This is the greatest area of increase in our energy supply. It's sustainable, and it's produced without carbon pollution. I think, with all due respect, there's indications that our friends in the petrochemical industry, that they are in decline. Problems in terms of the coal industry is competition. It's not that there's some sort of a war on coal. The fact is that people are voting on things that are more economic. And our technology is making it even more efficient and effective. And our legislation builds on that momentum. I am proud of what we've put in here. This is, in fact, what we've seen in states across the country, in communities across the country. We're watching a view of what our energy future is, rather than looking in a rearview mirror with the negative consequences of the carbon pollution. I strongly urge the rejection of the gentleman's amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Brady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, well and good.
I'm sorry, just let me just a procedural issue. Mr. Johnson,
I'd like
continue
to withdraw my point of order and log my opposition to the amendment.
Okay. Mr. Brady, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make no mistake. This is yet another attack on American-made energy. This is an attack on American-made jobs here in the U.S., good-paying jobs for blue collar workers, for those with low skills, for the brightest researchers in the world. These are some of the up to 3 million jobs that will be killed or moved overseas because of this tax bill. I support the Arrington Amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of inquiry.
The gentleman is recognized to make his point of inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, taxpayer compliance and confidence in our tax system are important issues to me and to all of us. And I'm really glad to see that you increased IRS funding in our bill. Mr. Chairman, I also understand that you've been engaging with the administration on additional proposals. I'd like to inquire about the status of the administration's proposal on financial account reporting.
Thanks for that question. As you know, Mr. Byer, our bill already provides funding to strengthen tax enforcement while ensuring that no undue burden is imposed on small business. We're in conversations with the administration on reporting proposals that target sophisticated tax avoidance and evasion without impacting middle class and working Americans. I have just received the following letters from Secretary Yellen and Commissioner Rettig on the importance of the reporting regime and reporting the IRS providing the IRS with necessary resources to fairly, efficiently, and effectively administer the tax code. The letters describe how a comprehensive reporting regime will better assist the IRS in targeting enforcement priorities on wealthier taxpayers who are better able to use complex transactions to avoid taxes. The letters also describe how the administration's proposals will help the IRS achieve the key goals of raising rates of taxpayer compliance, improving taxpayer service, modernizing and revitalizing the agency to build a better tax system, and I submit them for the record. The chair recognizes Mr. Buchanan on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Arrington.
Gentleman yields to Mr. Arrington.
I thank the gentleman from Florida. Just to respond to my friend from Oregon, and I know he has the best of intentions with respect to the transition from conventional fuels to renewable fuels. I'd put my district up against any district in the country in terms of renewable energy. Mr. Chairman, we generate more wind energy in my district in West Texas than the entire state of California 3 times over. There isn't a single district in the nation that does more wind renewable, and I bet you we'll be the #1 in solar before long. And you know what? It's built not only right here on the largest cotton patch in the world, but the largest oil patch in the world. See, we used to say we were the Saudi Arabia of Texas and the United States. Now Saudi Arabia says they're the West Texas of the Middle East. We've seen this shift, and it's been a gift. It has been a gift to our country and to the world because it's allowed America to be the leaders. China is on our heels. I mean, breathing down our necks. They've got a bigger military. Their economy's growing over the last, if you measure the last decade or two, faster than our economy. And they don't have the values we have. I think we can all agree with that. This is one of the big ones when we talk about losing the global competition and leadership to more sinister regimes like the communist Chinese and their leadership. If not the people, it's certainly the communist Chinese leaders who do not appreciate our God-given rights that, as George W. Bush used to say, aren't America's gifts to the world, it's God's gift to all mankind. We believe that. They don't. And this notion, and again, I want to address my colleague from Oregon, that we need to lift up and accelerate the growth of renewable at the expense or while we tear down oil and gas is wrong-headed. It is wrong-headed. We can be all the above. I'm all the above. Let's accelerate technology. Let's accelerate the advent of sustainable renewable energy, but we have the only reliable source of fuel today is fossil fuels. And we need it to protect our country, protect our interests, our allies, and to continue to thrive with quality life that we've come accustomed to as the envy of the world. So you said that there's a loss of competition with coal. I'll tell you why we lose the competition, because we're naive. And we compete against state-owned, if not state-subsidized, state-owned enterprises. We just can't compete with China-owned enterprises or Mexican-owned enterprises. And there's only so many reserves of fossil fuels around the world. To tax them again in a way that is inappropriate and not relevant to guilty is a major step back, a retreat, and it's a big problem. I'm not going to tell you it's going to destroy the whole oil and gas industry, 1.7 million jobs. I'm not going to do that, but it's going to be a big hit to them, a big hit, and not good for America. So I appreciate your views, but I think you're wrong. And I think we can do all the above without picking winners and losers. And when we do, the biggest loser is going to be the US of A. And that's my strong view. And I hope my colleagues can support my amendment. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to echo what the congressman was just talking about. You know, I just came from Sylvester, West Virginia, where they were having competitions on mine health safety to make sure that everything they did and do keeps them as safe as possible. And I had people coming up to me saying, please help us keep our jobs. We like what we do. And, you know, what we've experienced in West Virginia and what has just happened when President Biden cut the Keystone Pipeline, we have to keep an all of the above approach as we grow and learn how to do the best we can with what we have. And we have to use science for what we're doing instead of just cutting people off at the knees and saying, you go find something else to do. Maybe you can code, maybe you can farm, maybe you can do something. These are people's lives. And I remember the 70s, and I know how proud I am that we are energy independent. And we need to understand that is our safety, as well as being a leader in the world. They're going to continue putting up coal plants across the world. Not in Europe, but there's a whole lot of world left that they're going to keep doing it. And we need to remember that we are the cleanest, most efficient, safest country in everything that we do with energy. We have windmills in West Virginia. We have solar panels in West Virginia. But we also understand that coal is what's kept the lights on. And now we have gas and oil that are doing the same thing. When we had that huge ice storm like they had in Houston, we had one here too. People were without electricity for 17 days because when things go wrong, they go wrong. But we can continue in what we're doing. You know, President Biden promised not to raise taxes on those making less than $400,000 a year. But in fact, all of this is increasing prices and our daily necessities. That's taxing my constituents. So I do support this amendment, and I support our American energy, all of the above. And let's keep our consumers right here at home. Thank you so much. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The question is on agreeing to the amendment. Members are. Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Ferguson is recognized on the amendment.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for recognizing me. So let's kind of get the table set for where we are and what's happened over the last few months. First of all, this administration and President Biden killed the Keystone Pipeline and destroyed an energy trading partnership, or damaged it greatly, with our neighbors to the north in Canada. All the while, he is greenlighting the Nord Stream pipeline that is allowing Russia to supply our allies with natural gas that comes from Russia, that is not as clean and is not as environmentally sound, but nonetheless still producing fossil fuels for our allies to use and be more dependent on. All the while, because production has slowed here, the administration has asked OPEC to increase production. So we've got Russian gas flowing, we've got OPEC oil production going. It's still being utilized around the globe. And on top of that, they are generating revenue for Russia, China, Venezuela, and Iran. Totalitarian regimes that violate human rights and have an organization and a mission to do harm to America. This amendment is very simple. It just says that we won't change what we're doing, which is producing the cleanest, most efficient energy in the world and advancing American technology to use to solve the climate crisis. We won't stop doing that. And we'll make sure that the totalitarian regimes of Russia, China, Venezuela, and Iran aren't getting funded. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Questions on agreeing to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Hearn from Oklahoma. I wanted to speak on this if I could.
Mr. Hearn, you are recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, sir. Before I came on Ways and Means in January, and it's an honor to be on the committee, I spent 2 years on natural resources. And during that whole time, I heard my Democrat colleagues from the East Coast and the West Coast rail against fossil fuels, how terrible they were. And all the while completely ignoring the facts that what our free market capitalism in the United States of America has done to drive out CO2 emissions. All the while we keep rewarding China and India and other places around the world that continue to grow at exorbitant rates. And we do nothing. We don't do anything. We won't export our clean burning natural gas. We won't allow pipelines to be built, to be put in the ground to get our clean burning natural gas where we could help the world. And I told my colleagues, I said, you all need to do a little more fact checking, because we had witness after witness after witness come forward and tell that's fact and show the data. But I said, another thing you need to look at is the fact of what's going on. Google, private industry, it's, based obviously in California. It's a price for what they've done and their discretions of banning a lot of search engine conservatives. The largest, soon to be largest Google data server farm in the world, sits 25 miles just east of my district. And the irony of that, it's sitting in Oklahoma, which you all know to be a fossil fuel. About 40% of our economy is dependent on fossil fuels. It sits about 1,000 yards from a split coal-fired and natural gas generating plant that was coal on both sides until they had a fire about 5 years ago, and they replaced it with a natural gas generator. But Google sits there because they have reliable energy every day, night and day, 24/7, 365. And by the way, when you're talking about how fossil fuel, my colleague from Texas made the point very eloquently, as he always does, about how we've evolved because of, again, what our country is built on is the idea of the entrepreneurs finding a market and building that market out. Oklahoma now ranks third in wind, twice the output of what California has, the one who wants to report as being this all-incredible, save the environment kind of state that it is. And all the subsidies that California puts around it. And all the while they're importing oil and refining oil from other parts of the world, as opposed to allowing us to get pipelines and get our clean burning energy there. They would allow it to be trucked across the Pacific. The Northeast is letting it be trucked across the Atlantic. It's insane, the hypocrisy. And I can't sit here. Mr. Chairman, I was going to allow you to go ahead and, I apologize for jumping in here, but I am fired up. You guys need to go read a little bit and quit just looking at your talking point that your staff's giving you. This is insane. You think there's some kind of wall around the United States of America and that we don't have anything that we can do for the rest of the world. All the while, Nord Stream 2, the president acquiesced on that, and now we've allowed Russia to put their dirty burning energy into Germany, into Eastern Europe, and we're doing nothing. You guys, since the day President Biden came into office, he's tried to kill fossil fuels, and you guys are on a march to do that. I spent almost my entire life in Arkansas, literally within 10 miles of nuclear power plants. If you guys really cared about CO2 emissions, you would accelerate nuclear power in this country and let it see what it does for clean burning energy. But you won't do that because that flies in the face of what you're talking about with energy. You want solar panels and you want windmills. Well, we've got windmills and we've got solar panels, just like my colleague in South Texas. I don't normally brag on Texas. It's not right for an Oklahoman to do that. But you guys are doing a great job. And we're in competition, a race to see who can be number one. And Texas is killing everybody in this country on wind. But I'll tell you what, you can ask the minority whip when Hurricane Ida came through a couple of weeks ago and had all the devastation. when the people were needing energy for their refrigerators and to get their air conditioners back on. They didn't go outside and fire up a solar panel. They didn't go outside and fire up a windmill. They went outside and looking for gas so that they could help people. They're putting gas in boat motors to go get those folks who are stranded on the roofs. This is hypocrisy. We can coexist. We have done it. Hydro's been around for 65, 70, 100 years, 200 years. It's been around as long as we've been in existence. We need to come to grips with the fact you're not going to kill this industry. We got to work hard together, and we got to be strong. We cannot create this dependency on the Middle East. It has failed time and time and time again, and it's going to fail this time as well. And we've got our president of the United States of America begging the Middle East to dump more oil out there to save his butt and to lower the inflation on the American people. This is ridiculous. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, will the record reflect, sir, that my colleague from Oklahoma was bragging about Texas?
We will make sure of it, Mr. Arrington.
Thank
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Record
Mr.
vote
Brady has
requested.
requested a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pasquarel? Mr. Pasquarel votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Snyder votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady, aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunes votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes.
It's based-
Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, is recognized.
Chairman.
Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as soon as the gentleman's amendment is passed out, the gentleman will be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized to speak in his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I truly don't understand why my Democrat colleagues really have it out for small businesses across America. These hardworking Americans are the cornerstone of our economy, making up nearly 95% of all jobs and creating roughly 7 out of 10 new jobs. But for Democrats, they don't care if they cause small businesses to go completely under. All they care about is having another opportunity to raise taxes, to fund corporate welfare, and shelter their wealthy donors and friends from misguided blue state policies. Under this tax hike bill, S corporations, partnerships, and sole proprietorships, the majority of all Main Street businesses will experience a gigantic tax increase. Meanwhile, their buddies, the corporations with income up to $5 million, won't see a tax rate change, staying the same permanently at 21%. But if you're an S corp, if you're a sole proprietorship, or if you're a partnership, you'll be taxed in some areas at 39.6%. Surely that's an oversight. Or are you at war with small businesses like you are with everything else? Or are you just trying to rush through a piece of legislation without actually reading it and knowing what's in it? Do you clearly want to tax small businesses at 39.6%, but those C Corps at 21%? Are you trying to put them under? That's what this legislation does. My amendment would fix it, though. But I'm sure you're going to vote party line because Speaker Pelosi told you to. Adding insult to injury, in this package, Democrats impose an arbitrary limit on the 20% small business deduction that allows moms and pops businesses to compete with large corporations. And this arbitrary limit has a huge built-in marriage penalty. So if you want your own American dream in Biden's America, then I hope you aren't starting a family business with your spouse. Under this provision, if you're single, you can use $400,000. But if you're married, it's $500,000. A significant marriage penalty that you all are putting within the tax code in this legislation. Clearly, you've either not read the bill, or it's your intention, or you could fix it with this amendment. My amendment will strike the senseless limit Democrats have placed on small businesses and replace it with my bill, the Main Street Tax Certainty Act, which, by the way, has bipartisan support and will protect and provide certainty to Main Street businesses by making the 20% small business deduction permanent. This provision has received overwhelming support in the United States Senate. As we know, the United States Senate controls this bill, this legislation. Ultimately, it will never become law unless the United States Senate pushes it through. So if you really want to make law and not play politics, you'll support my amendment. I urge adoption of my amendment and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does Mr. Thompson insist on his point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order and ask that I may speak briefly in opposition to this amendment.
Mr. Thompson is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when the Republicans introduced the 199A, it was supposed to be a deduction for self-employed small business owners. But half of the tax savings of 199A accrues to the top 1% of taxpayers, according to the Department of the Treasury Department research. Our committee print preserves $500,000. That's $500,000 worth of 199A deduction for every taxpayer, which corresponds to the maximum deduction that would have been possible for a pass-through business owner with $2.5 million of taxable income. The provision will continue to provide a powerful benefit for the taxpayers that it was meant to support. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, has sought recognition.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I very much encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment. And I suspect my friend from Missouri misunderstands this, because this does not affect mom and pop businesses. In fact, the 199A changes only impact the 15,000 businesses with over $10 million of adjusted gross income. I've been a business person for 48 years. A little family business has 330 employees. We did $250 million in sales last year, and never once in those 48 years have we had more than $10 million in adjusted gross income. In fact, nowhere ever even close. Much has been made about this, but let's look at the 199A deduction. In 2018, which the last time we had data, there were 18.7 million claims for this deduction, worth nearly $150 billion, but the average deduction was only $8,000. And for taxpayers with AGIs, adjusted gross incomes below 200,000, all those mom and pops, the average deduction came to $3,136. And that's not going away, because the average amount rose as we go, but the average deduction rose to 1.04 million for those 15,000 taxpayers with adjusted gross incomes above $10 million who claimed it. So we're simply going at those very, very wealthy, not small businessmen, not mom and pops, but those high-income business owners that have more than $10 million of pre-tax profit. So not raising taxes on small business, we're capping a benefit. By the way, though, for those 15,000 who are netting more than $10 million last year, they still get a maximum allowable deduction of $500,000. So we didn't take it away, we just cut it in half. So this is not anti-Main Street. What it does is make sure that the wealthiest among us, the most successful business people among us, are not using these tax deductions to literally write off more than $1 million a year, those 15,000. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Barthold, can you explain the alteration of the 199 deduction in this bill?
Mr. Rice, it places a limit on the amount of the deduction that would otherwise be allowable under present law. It limits the.
Can you speak up just a little bit, sir?
It places a limit on the maximum amount of deduction that may be taken under 199A, and it places that limit at $500,000 generally, so that a deductible amount above that is not permitted.
So at what level of taxable income would this restrict the deduction?
Well, this is the deductible amount. The deductible amount is based off the underlying income. It's 20% deduction, so that would be like $2.5 million worth of income to begin with.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Mr. Kelly would like to be recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Smith.
He yields his time to Mr. Smith. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. And I would have to respond from the gentleman from Virginia. If you just take the words that you just heard, is that you all capped the current legislation up to $2.5 million. The largest deduction is $500,000, and that's for a married couple. If it's a single person, it's $400,000 per person. But you all created the marriage penalty within the provision of your bill. And $2.5 million is the cap, which is $500,000. What I raised earlier of how it is war on small businesses, gentlemen, is those businesses that are less than $5 million. Those less than $5 million in your bill will be treated at a huge disadvantage to C corporations. In your bill, C corporations under 5 million are taxed at 21%. However, an S corp, a partnership, and a sole proprietorship under your bill, this legislation, between 2.5 million and 5 million will be taxed at 39.6% in your bill. This is an opportunity to fix it. But if you want to proclaim war on small businesses, which are less than 5 million, and if you want to give favor to C corporations, that's exactly what you're doing in this piece of legislation. Read your bill. If you don't like it, change it. I have an amendment to change it. Either you don't know what's in it, or you're okay with it. But it's clearly a huge marriage penalty on small businesses across this country, and it's a huge favor to C corporations. That is what the language of your bill does. You can either be happy with it, and if you are, you'll vote against my amendment. But if you're not happy with it, change it. But if you need to call Speaker Pelosi in the meantime to see if you can change it, do it. We know that this bill that we're debating is not going to become law. We know it's not. Because it all depends on what a couple senators on the other side of the building decide. And of course, you can only lose 3 members on your side. If you lose 4, it can't pass. And there's a lot of disarray within your own party. All we have to do is read the headlines. Everyone's seeing it. But what matters is not the disarray in your party. What matters is how you're destroying small businesses and families and farmers by leveraging incredibly large tax increases on the working class, on people who make less than $400,000 a year, on families. And you're taking that money and those huge tax increases, and you're giving it to your political friends, your allies, and your donors through wealthy subsidies for environmental programs, picking winners and losers. It's in the clear language of this bill. This is the largest spending bill in the history of America. The largest spending bill in the history of America. It's the largest tax increase in the history of America. You guys are setting some records here, but they're records that I wouldn't want to be a part of. And I can tell you the American people do not support this, and they're going to make sure that their voices are loud and clear in due time to show how much they disapprove of this huge maneuvering that you all are trying to push through at the expense of working class Americans. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Thank you very much. What is the general lady's point?
I wanted to know if Mr. Smith wanted the women on the committee to read the bill because he only said gentlemen. I know he's fixated on Miss Pelosi, but there are also committee. I would just remind him of that in his diatribe.
Thank the gentle lady. Mr. Blumenauer is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like in a moment to yield to my good friend from Virginia, Mr. Byer, who outlined how he's actually had somebody with experience with this. I thought he was very clear in terms of how the impact no matter how much louder Mr. Smith gets, the facts are that it would impact approximately 15,000 individuals based on who takes advantage of this provision. I thought it was clear, but I thought maybe, Mr. Beyer, if you wanted to take another opportunity to explain from my friend from Missouri exactly how it works and why he's misguided, thinking that this is a massive tax increase on average individuals or even relatively small or even medium-sized businesses. Would you be willing to take him through that again? You would do it much more clearly than I.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenauer, for yielding. I would first like to just point out that I'm sure getting tired of hearing about how all this bill helps my wealthy donors and friends. I don't know any wealthy donors or wealthy friends who are going to benefit from this bill. What I do know is that 61 million children received the $250 or $300 investment in their future in the month of August, and hopefully will for years to come. I fear that my friend from Missouri misunderstands the difference between gross revenues and adjusted gross income. Gross revenues are the total sales, and that number can be pretty high, even for a small business. Adjusted gross income is your net profit. After you've paid your employees, after you've paid for your inventory, after you've paid the rent, the utilities, and the advertising, that's the net profit before taxes. This is where this kicks in. And I don't know any small business in America that's making $5 million net profit before taxes, or $10 million net before profit, which is the ones that are affected by this. So the 199A changes don't affect small business in America at all. By the way, many small businesses, including most of our families, are pass-throughs. They're S corporations or they're LLCs. Other people have partnerships. There's the right to be concerned that they'll be 39.6%, but only be 39.6% if you're making more than $10 million a year. And for those who are making more than $10 million a year net, probably can afford the 39.6. For those that are less, they get the full advantage of the $500,000 maximum allowable deduction. That will push their rate close to the 21% or below. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, is recognized on the amendment.
Not necessarily, Mr. Chairman. I was going to yield to Mr. Byers.
Does the gentleman pass?
Yes.
Gentleman passes.
Yes.
Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the gentleman's amendment in the nature of the gentleman's amendment offered by Mr. Smith. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
And then if the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Mr. Brady has asked for a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
No.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascrell votes no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins votes no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
No.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Beyer?
Beyer votes no.
Mr. Beyer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy? Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Hi, Congressman.
Ms. Murphy
Schneider's
votes
back
no.
on the
Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Hello? Yeah, it's Brad.
Mr. Brady?
Mr. Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunes votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood, yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Yes. Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Hearn votes aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr.
Mr.
Buchanan,
Chairman.
is recognized to speak in
Mr.
his
Chairman.
amendment. Mr. Thompson.
I reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Thompson's reserved a point of order, and as soon as the amendment is passed out, the gentleman will be recognized. The gentleman is recognized to speak in his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's something we can all get behind. I would tell you, Mr. Smith had mentioned 39.6. The reality of it is when you add all the taxes up, it's 46.4% total tax. It'll be the highest tax since 1986. So 35 years ago, before that period of time, it might have been that or over, but that's the numbers that I've got today. In terms of small businesses, we have 31.7 million small businesses in the country, small, medium, accounts for 99.9% of the businesses, employs 60 million plus, and 95% of those are pass-throughs. So when you look at, I've always felt like when you look at the corporate rate, yeah, I think it should be at 26.5, it's number. But why should the pass-through rate, which makes up 95% of businesses, be 20 points higher? It makes absolutely no sense. And what this is going to drive is a lot of businesses to doing C Corps or going back to C Corps. It's a tragedy, really. And it sends a wrong message to everybody. So when you look at the rates, corporations they talked about, and that's what we talk about, corporations and individuals, not much the past 4 days has been about small business, but that rate is 16 to 26, somewhere in there. But yet the pass-through rate could be as high as 46.4, plus all the other taxes you pay at the state, federal.
Well, Ways and Means all day.
Plus all the other
Good
taxes
hearing
you pay at the state and local level could be, for some states, as we mentioned earlier, California, and I think New York could be as high as 60%. So that's my point that I try to make the point. I can tell you in FIB, don't take it from me that you can put it out there. Their quote is it's going to crush the small business and medium-sized businesses with these massive, in their opinion, tax increases. The Wall Street Journal, it says it hit small business especially hard. And I polled it this weekend with probably about 25 people in my district, and 62% thought it was outrageous. So again, and I want to get back to this point someone mentioned about corporations and whatever. When I first got in business in the 70s, for 15 years, I had a corporation. Everybody had a corporation. But about early 90s, somewhere in that time frame, I went to a subchapter S. 10 years later to an LLC. So when we talk about corporations that are down at 16%, there's not many businesses, unless they're public, that are basically, there's probably some, that are basically in that category. So the mindset I've got obviously on this is I'm very passionate about small businesses. I think the message that it sends is critical, and businesses are smart. There are a lot of smart men and women in small business. In fact, I had a seminar that we had was all women, and basically all CEOs of companies that they led. And someone said, well, why are you doing that, Vern? I said, because next 10 years, it's going to be a lot of these companies are going to be women led. But it matters to small business community what happens in Congress, the messages that you're sending. 46.4% is not the message we want to be sending. It matters what governors do in states. It matters what the administration does. All of these, for someone that's been in business for 30, 40 years, I can tell you it does matter whether you're going to invest, whether you're going to get in or out. And right now, a lot of small businesses in Florida are doing well, but there are quite a few that probably aren't. I know there's some that aren't. And they want to know that they don't need one more thing after this COVID and everything else. So when they see this, the perception is being created and is the reality, their taxes and their mindset is going to go up. And that's why I think it's so important we all come together on a bipartisan basis and see if we can't give some consideration, as you have for corporations, but no consideration for pass-through entities. And I think it's a shame, and I think it's something we can work together on, and we should, to make sure we're sending the right message to small businesses that says, basically, we got your back. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. With that, let me ask Mr. Thompson, you continue to reserve your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll withdraw my point of order and ask to be recognized in opposition to this amendment.
On the amendment, Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll play with my friend from Florida. I'm ready to come together in a bipartisan manner and ask you to do the same thing. Please join us. We're trying to provide a child tax credit for the parents, working parents, so they can help their kids, a tax credit that will lift half of the kids in poverty today out of poverty. Come together, work with us to support 17 million low-wage workers and reduce poverty and improve lifelong health and economic outcomes for our working families. Come on over and work with us in a bipartisan manner to provide unpaid care, provide help for people who have unpaid care for their loved ones and their family members. Come on over and work with us. Help us in our investment in green energy to deal with the terrible consequences of climate change. You know what's happening. People across the country have died in fires and in floods. The drought is closing people's businesses down. Come on over and help us out. We want to provide for almost 1.5 million new affordable rental units so people will have a place to stay, a place to live. Come on over in a bipartisan manner and work with us so we can allow our state and local governments to deploy billions of dollars in financing for investments in roads, bridges, airports, water infrastructure, and schools. There's a lot of work that we're trying to do, and this measure before us will pay for that. It's not going to hurt small businesses. It's going to help the American people. Vote no on this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
I think the gentleman has yielded back his time. If somebody else wants to claim time, and yield it to you, Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Chairman, I'd yield time to Mr.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized. He yields time to Mr. Buchanan.
Yeah, in terms of coming on over, just call me. Let's talk about it. That's what we've been talking about here. We don't like the process. I personally don't like the process. I think we should all be working together and finding a way. We would have a much better bill. And I think we've expressed that aggressively on our side. That's just my opinion. It should be regular order. We should be working together, and we would get a much, much better bill as it relates to things you're talking about, and it relates to things that I'm very passionate about, because at the end of the day, If you don't have small businesses that are successful, you're not going to have successful workers and unions and everything else. It comes off of that, a lot of it, not all of it. But in terms of coming on over, call me. You got my number.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded
Mr.
vote.
Brady has requested a recorded vote on Mr. Buchanan's amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal votes no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider, no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Aye. Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Buchanan, aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed? Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert?
Aye.
Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Ms. Walorski?
Aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Arrington's a yes.
Mr. Arrington?
Yeah, Arrington's a yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Yes. Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Hearn votes aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Vote aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith
Chairman.
is recognized.
Mr.
Thompson.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson is reserved a point of order. As soon as the amendment is passed out, Mr. Smith? The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I dig into what the amendment does, I would like to praise the majority somewhat for some adjustments that were made. I know you probably heard from many of your own members. I wouldn't even begin to think it was a result of listening to Republicans, but some of the Democrats expressed concern about the repealing of the stepped up basis and so forth, and you dialed that back a small bit. I will say that there are still concerns that I have. Rather than fully taking concerns to heart and leaving intact our tax laws around estate succession, the majority is instead making several changes to the death tax in ways which could have similar concerns for families across the country. And to do this, Subtitle I repeals the most recent increase in the estate tax exemption, scaling it back to $5 million per spouse, and attempts to paper over that by increasing an exemption designed to address potential disparities between the fair market value of ag and business property on the open market compared to its valuation if locked into current service. While I agree we should ensure land isn't driven out of production because of its valuation for non-ag purposes, we shouldn't misuse that issue to pick winners and losers under the broader death tax. Following on those two sections, the bill attempts to make other adjustments to valuations for tax purposes, relying on adjusted definitions of what property is considered active or passive. I received an answer to my question about this yesterday from Mr. Bartold. I appreciate that. He indicated that while there are many circumstances where farmers and ranchers would see little change, there are quite possibly facts and circumstances where they would be impacted. We should remove that provision from the bill if we can't ensure every producer is protected. I will acknowledge I would personally prefer we repeal the entire estate tax. However, creating certainty for farmers, ranchers, and small businesses with a strong across-the-board death tax exemption has had bipartisan support for more than a decade, and these changes undermine that balance. With farmland continuing to increase in value, by one estimate, there are at least 8,000 farms in Nebraska at risk of being hit by the death tax if the majority succeeds in cutting the exemption in half. That is the last thing we need. We talk about certainty and the importance of certainty. This undermines, the bill itself undermines the certainty that is necessary for those folks, those producers who are trying to make plans, plan their estates, and carry out efficient and effective operations, and especially in trying to keep these operations in their families. I just think we can do so much better by ag producers, small businesses, small family-owned businesses across the country. I've had a small family-owned manufacturing operation in my district tell me that the estate tax will devastate their business. Those aren't my words. Those aren't my opinions. Those are the words of the very operators themselves, the family-owned small business, maybe 20 employees. I think that we should be mindful of the needs of these small businesses across America. It's not just my district. It's not just agriculture. It is small business, small family-owned businesses across America that we can do much better by than the overall legislation. I would urge the adoption of my amendment. Now I yield back my time.
Does the gentleman from California insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my point of order and request to be recognized.
Gentleman is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think there's anybody on our side. I know there's no one on our side of the dais that doesn't want to protect family farms and family businesses. As a matter of fact, the first bill I introduced as a member of Congress was a bill to deal with the estate tax liabilities for family-owned farms and family-owned businesses. And I've pursued that effort for forever, seemingly, with zero help from my friends on the other side of the dais. As a matter of fact, when this issue was discussed, when in one of our previous Congresses, a new member who's now the governor from South Dakota brought this issue up, and I explained my plan to fix it. She was all for it until she went back to your caucus and was told, stay away from it. We've got a bigger plan, and that's to do away with all estate tax. And so the opportunity to protect those family farms and those family businesses have been with us for a long time, but we haven't had any help from the other side. The underlying bill today provides protection for family farms. We dramatically increase the amount eligible for the special valuation rules under the code that helps protect family land, farmland, and from the estate tax. The rules for valuation discounts are narrowly targeted so they don't burden small businesses and family farms. We don't need this amendment. I urge a no vote.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of my favorite subjects. The estate tax hits the very wealthiest Americans. 99.9% of Americans do not pay estate tax today. Let me repeat that so everyone hears me. 99% of Americans pay no estate tax. It's important to say because we hear a lot of Pinocchios, lies about the estate tax. Many lobbyists and Republicans like to say the tax hurts striving yeoman farmers and Horatio Alger small businesses. We understand. You've heard the gentleman from California talk about family farms. In fact, in some legislation, I would hope that family farms would be exempt. I have no problems with that. The receipts have crashed. In the last 20 years, the estate tax has fallen by 1/3 as a share of federal revenues. Now we're talking about, people are saying, a double taxation. We had some discussion on that. Many of these people paid no taxes and carried it on. The only tax we have on giant inheritances to rich heirs, you guys did a great job and gals did a great job of gutting it. It's a big reason economic inequality continues to grow in this country. 99.9% pay no estate tax. Everyone should pay their fair share. We can easily say that. I'm disappointed that we did not include a bill, which I worked on many, many years, to close the most egregious loophole in the entire tax code, the billionaire's bonanza known as stepped-up basis. But this bill today makes a good start at shutting down complex trusts and valuation rules. These are used by the wealthy for aggressive tax planning, so our changes here will help ensure that the very wealthiest pay more of their fair share. I oppose this amendment and I urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, is recognized to speak on the amendment. Mr. Arrington? Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman. All those in favor signify by...
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Kelly had his hand up for one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Kelly is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Chairman, there's a lot to go over here, and especially the magnitude of the bill, some other agriculture provisions. I will say that my colleague from New Jersey saying that a tax is just all the better if it taxes fewer people, basically advocating for further concentrating our tax policy on fewer and fewer people. That's not a sustainable policy in the long term, but I'll save that for later. I do have some technical questions for Mr. Bartold in the agriculture context, if he wouldn't mind responding. I'll try to make this quick. I certainly appreciate if you need to respond in writing as well. That's certainly acceptable. It appears on page 12 of the JCT table accompanying the bill contains a typo, at least on the copy that I have, under Part 4, Number 3, which is limitation on deduction for qualified conservation contributions made by pass-through entities. The effective date, footnote 24, says December 23rd, 2026. In the amendment, in the nature of substitute, section 138403 says it applies to contributions made after December 23rd, 2016, and that appears to be the correct date. Is that correct?
Give me just a quick second to check one other piece of paper.
The 12-page JCT table.
No, I'm looking at the table. I'm checking another related piece of paper. Should be effective for contributions made after December 23rd, 2016. And for easements with historic preservation purposes made in taxable years after December 31st, 2018. Those would be the correct rates. So perhaps there is an error.
So an effective date in 2016 would make this a retroactive tax policy change? Yes?
That date reflects the date of an Internal Revenue Service listing notice under the tax shelter provisions of the code requiring notice of possible abusive tax shelter.
Okay. It appears the effective date for the change is based upon an IRS notice published in December 2016. Is that accurate?
That's what I was just explaining, Mr. Smith. That's correct.
And to your knowledge, has the publication of an IRS notice ever been used by Congress as an effective date?
We have, trying to think if it was notices, we have used dates related to certain tax shelter transactions, silo transactions, and son of boss transactions. I do not know if they were, those would have predated the listing authority of the IRS. So I think the answer is no, but I will double check that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And if this provision is enacted as is, would it mean taxpayers who lawfully use this conservation easement would have to go back and amend their returns possibly every single year going back to 2016?
I will double check. I will double check that.
Okay, and later is fine. I appreciate that, and I think everyone can appreciate the magnitude. Certainly, we've heard a lot about how encompassing this bill is, but certainly the impact that these many pages of text will have on individuals, on our country, on taxpayers. I obviously think the added burden to taxpayers writ large that this bill adds is unspeakable.
Would the gentleman yield?
It is beyond the grasp of most reasonable folks. And I know that there's an agenda here, that there's extreme pressure to get this done quickly, and obviously the broader context of all of these policies have me greatly concerned. And I would hope, and I think there will be bipartisan concern, not just Republican concern as there is right now, but there will be bipartisan concern should this bill become law. There's hope that it will not. There's reasonable hope that it will not. But I am concerned that there will be an effort, even though the repeal of the stepped-up basis has gone away. I fear that that's just temporary, and I sense that there's an effort to bring it back into the legislation. And I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doggett is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Doggett has yielded his time to Mr.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. On the issue that my friend from Nebraska brought up, I just want to point out that this is a bipartisan provision, the provision that you were just questioning about. It's a measure that a bill of mine co-authored by the gentleman on your left, Mr. Kelly from Pennsylvania. And it's an effort to fix some problems with current law in regard to conservation easements. There are some abuses in this program, and Mr. Kelly and I have worked now for the last couple of Congresses trying to fix those. Bottom line, there's been some folks that have ripped off American taxpayers by doing these convoluted, inappropriate, and unintended, by this Congress anyway, unintended conservation easements. So the language that you were talking about fixes that problem. It is bipartisan. It's been very well vetted on both sides. And all of the legitimate conservation easement players across the country support this. And in addition, it brings back into the public coffers the monies that were ripped off by these unethical people. And I yield back.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Look, I think, what this comes down to is that this estate tax, it's in our bill. It's about wealthiest. It's not about family farms. And the estate tax will only apply to couples with combined wealth over $12 million. So most of these provisions here will not affect the top 1% of the wealthiest households. The vast majority of family
Will the gentleman suspend for a moment? They're having trouble hearing you on the top of the dais here.
It's on. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead and bring it closer to you, Jim.
Yeah, you bet. How's this, Mr. Chairman?
There you go.
Thank you. Look, the vast majority of family farms, even in California, are not affected by the estate tax. Even so, I am proud that this bill includes my bipartisan Protecting Family Farms Act to protect those family farms. This increases the special use valuation from $750,000 to $11.7 million to ensure that those farms are valued at the operations values, not their best used value. This amendment, as I see it, simply reverts the estate tax back to where it was pre-TCJA. I agree with my California colleague, Mr. Thompson. We do not need this amendment, but what we do need is to protect family farms, and that's what this bill does. And so I urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman has yielded back his time. Question is, on the gentleman's amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Jody. May I please comment on this amendment?
You sure can. The gentleman is recognized on the amendment.
I'll try to make it short. That's going to be difficult when we're talking about the death tax and the impact on our farmers and ranchers and really independent family-owned businesses of all kinds. But I can speak probably more informed and articulately about agriculture. And first of all, let me say the death tax is the most unfair and un-American tax in the tax code. These hardworking ag producers that feed and clothe the American people and take unbelievable risks with all of the weather and market volatilities to do what they do, and then they pay taxes, state taxes, local taxes, property taxes, income taxes. These folks and independent businesses of all kinds, family-owned businesses, they've worked by the sweat of their brow. They've built something that they're proud of, that they can hand to their children, and they've paid every stinking tax along the way. And now, when they die, the government and those who believe that the citizens' income is really the government's money wants to tax them again at death. I don't understand that. Now, I appreciate Mr. Thompson's work to fend off the repeal of the stepped-up basis, and I pray that doesn't raise its ugly head in any discussion or sneak its way into this legislation. I appreciate Chairman Scott, the Democrat chair of the Ag Committee. He, too, has been a defender of the stepped-up basis and keeping the repeal at bay in the final outcome. So I want to thank them, because we need people in the Democrat caucus that support these things and understand them, because Republicans are getting no input at all. And we're getting a voice here, no question. I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. But I'm glad we have some folks inside the Democrat tent doing this. Here's the really crazy ironic and concerning thing that's going on here. And I don't mean to be disparaging, but Democrats are creating new entitlements that will pump cash, that will give taxpayer monies in cash to people who don't pay taxes. They don't pay taxes. I think everyone ought to pay something to this great country. And there's no obligation to work. Meanwhile, you take a family that's busted their hump and risked it all and poured their lives into this, and then they're taxed all the way to death, and then they're taxed when they die. I don't understand that. It doesn't seem very American to me. So I think we need to support the gentleman from Nebraska's amendment, and we need to, we ought to repeal the death tax altogether and just get on down the road. But to reduce the exemption is a mistake. So I encourage my colleagues to support Mr. Adrian Smith's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The chair is prepared to call the question on agreeing to the amendment. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And Mr. Brady?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Ask for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal, no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis, no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no. Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan, aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood, yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Wenstrup, yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman? I'll pause.
Okay. Would the clerk report the tally, please?
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Is there any other, Mr. Larson, do you want to?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to insert for the record data from the National Partnership for Women and Families and talking about paid family and medical leave.
Without objection. Are there any additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Spilarski, just before, I think we're going to have to do another tech update just before you speak. So the amendment, we'll pause while we pass out the amendment.
Thank you.
Ms. Spilarski is recognized to speak in her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Biden and the Democrats are turning the child tax credit on its head by completely detaching the credit from earnings and work in an unprecedented attempt to use the IRS to distribute cash welfare at a cost of a whopping $556 billion. This is the most expensive item on the Democrats' tax hikes and spending spree wish list. These payments will flow with no strings attached, regardless of whether the recipient earned any income or worked. America's needy families need good paying jobs, not more emergency spending and endless government checks. My amendment would reinstate the $2,500 earnings work requirement and ensure that income from CTC counts towards eligibility for federal means tested benefit programs. Democrats keep telling us that this policy to send monthly checks to non-earner, non-working households with children is needed to decrease child poverty. It's as though American taxpayers are not already funding a social safety net of more than 80 programs to the tune of $1 trillion as a commitment to reducing child poverty and helping those in need. As I said last week, all these new programs and expansions are just piled up on top of a broken, fragmented system that's already failing our nation's most vulnerable children and families. But instead of doing the hard work to streamline, modernize, and redesign our safety net, Democrats want to double down on helicopter cash. Americans are incredibly generous, and we want to see families uplifted. At the same time, our nation was forged through hard work and personal responsibility. These values are the very foundation upon which our nation was built. We all know that families, particularly the children in those families, do best when parents are connected to jobs and on the path to success. But this bill goes in the opposite direction. No number of endless government checks, no matter how well intentioned, can address the underlying challenges that could be holding a family back from success. While Democrats want to keep paying people to stay home, Republicans are putting forth pro-work, pro-growth solutions that help individuals find and keep family-sustaining jobs. Instead of tethering those in poverty to government checks, we should be empowering these individuals to seize greater opportunity and success for themselves and their children. The dignity of work is the key to uplifting families and unlocking the American dream. As Senator Manchin said about CTC changes in this bill over the weekend, there's no work requirement whatsoever. There's no education requirements whatsoever. I think Senator Manchin would support my amendment, and so Democrats on this committee, I would ask. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Washington State on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's disappointing again to hear folks talk about families who are struggling to get by as being lazy. We have many families who want to work but are still looking for childcare, for safe childcare, who are concerned about impacts of the pandemic if they're immunocompromised. And a big success of the American Rescue Plan in helping families was the expanded child tax credit. to make sure that we are helping families, helping make sure we have great outcomes for our children. And work requirements are problematic in a pandemic because of the challenges that families face, as I outlined. This is about helping our kids. Also, it's interesting that my Republican colleagues talk about means testing in some way. Actually, in the American Rescue Plan, we adjusted the child tax credit income thresholds that were set by Republicans before in their tax law. They had phase-out thresholds at $400,000 for joint filers and $200,000 for single filers or head of household. We moved those down in the American Rescue Plan to $150,000 for joint filers and $112,500 for head of household to make sure that we targeted families who needed it the most. We also addressed a big issue that existed in the Republican tax plan that left out a third of families a third of children whose parents didn't make enough to earn the full benefit. And as a result, we ended up with a refundable tax credit and checks going out. In fact, the third checks went out today to families to help them support their children. And we're already seeing an incredible impact in terms of parents being able to provide food for their children and over 3 million children being lifted out of poverty. So if we're going to make a statement about how we're going to help our children, how we're going to help families, we really need to make sure that we are being smart about the investments, and the child tax credit gives us an incredible return. In fact, in Congresswoman Walorski's district, 30% of the kids were left behind before the American Rescue Plan because we did not have a refundable credit. So if we want to get resources to families who need it the most, to the children who need it the most, then absolutely making sure that we do a great job like we did in the American Rescue Plan and like we do in this legislation, extending that is important. Lastly, I want to say that when we talk about work and workforce, one of the most important things we can do is make sure our kids have great outcomes. That's how we build a strong workforce in our country. That means making sure kids grow up healthy, have access and are able to a great education, are able to succeed. And we know through all the data on the child tax credit, for every dollar we invest, we save $8 because we get better outcomes for our kids. That's better economic outcomes, but we know we also have better outcomes in the quality of life for our children. That gives us a thriving economy going forward. So if we want to invest in our workforce and in the future of our country, this is also a strong investment. So the economic benefits, the benefits to our kids, the benefits we've already seen just since we've implemented this program for the last couple months have been tremendous. Let's continue to cut child poverty in half. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out about the benefits of the American Rescue Plan, benefits of unemployment fraud, where anywhere between, according to independent sources, 100 billion to 400 billion, up to half of the total money has been stolen because of lack of requirements to prove eligibility. Inflation up to 8% per year because of this massive giveaway programs that have devalued our dollar, and it's a tax on everybody from the top to the bottom, of paying people not to work so that we have 10 million unfilled jobs that is slowing our economy and creating government dependence. So I just wanted to make sure that we were all fully aware of these spectacular benefits of the American Rescue Plan. Again, the difference between the progressive agenda and the conservatives is progressives believe that the government has to take care of you, that you're unable to make your own decisions and take care of yourself. I yield back.
The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in opposition to the proposed amendment. And I want to really commend my colleague from Washington State for her tremendous leadership, and other members who have worked on this child tax credit, which is actually a tax cut for middle-class families. And I really take offense to my colleagues on the other side. They talk about tax credits and tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. But when we want to provide a tax cut and a tax benefit for families, they want to object and they want to means test it. Well, I'm not going to support a means test that benefits 98% of the children in my district who are benefiting from this child tax cut from the American Rescue Plan. That's 177,000 children in my district alone. So while you may want to provide tax cuts to the wealthy, I actually want to provide tax cuts to middle-class families and their children and allow them to use those tax cuts to do what? To put food on the table, to help them provide, to cover expenses for back to school. Several of my constituents shared with me that they literally use their advance payment, that $300 advance payment, in order to cover a doctor visit so that they could get eyeglasses for their child as they return to school. And one told me that they took them to the dentist so that their child could get the cavity fixed in their mouth so it doesn't hurt while they're learning. That's what we're fighting for in this legislation. And somehow now you want to means test it, to deny the benefit for the 98% of the children in my district, to give tax breaks to the very wealthy and the big corporations. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record two articles, one from Reuters, which published a story, Biden's child tax credit pays big in Republican states, popular with voters.
Without objection.
And a second from The Economist, which ran a piece, America is substantially reducing poverty among children.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I said this the other day. Maybe from different districts, but the realities are the same. And while you may not vote to provide a tax cut to middle-class families with children, I will. I will do it for the children and the families in my district, and sadly, I will be voting to provide that tax cut for the children and the families in your district that you refuse to. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady.
I'll be very brief. I appreciate the passion, but I appreciate accuracy more. I would note that Republicans in Congress created the child tax credit. It has had bipartisan support because it was tied to work. It was part of the incentives to reconnect Americans to jobs, help lift up people out of poverty. And regrettably, while you were very supportive of this one, you voted unanimously against doubling the child tax credit and expanding it in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, including increased refundability. Our request here is simply to return this to an incentive to encourage people to reconnect to work so that their children see them working and we can lift more Americans out of poverty. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a microphone check. Can you hear me this time?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe the child tax credit is absolutely critical for families, not just in my district on the Central Coast of California, but all across this country. And I believe that the CTC, the child tax credit, does not need work requirements because this largely affects families that already want to work. It benefits single mothers, though, who can't work. It benefits the immunocompromised family members who can't work. The child tax credit also is means tested in that the phase out starts at $150,000 per income. But middle class families in my district do rely on this as well. The child tax credit can cut child poverty in half, but what we got to realize is that with the American Rescue Plan, that's what we're going to be overseeing. We're going to be overseeing, because of the extension and expansion of the child tax credit, we're going to see the largest ever decrease in child poverty in the history of the United States. In July, just in July, child poverty was 41% lower than normal. It dropped 15.8% in June to 11.9%. Basically, that's a decline of over 3 million children living in poverty. Now, what's unfortunate is that our safety net in the United States is one of the thinnest in that basically we spend 0.6% of our GDP on child and family benefits compared to 2.1% average of other OECD countries. So basically, we don't need to complicate this any further. We need to make sure that we continue to reduce our child poverty, and we're doing it with the child tax credit as is. That's why I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield back.
Recognize Mr. Thompson first. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Delbaney.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter for more than 400 economists, including Jason Furman and Betsy Stevenson, who've been pushing for a permanent expansion of the expanded child tax credit in the from the American Rescue Plan. They say, quote, a permanently expanded child tax credit would yield tremendous immediate and long-term benefits for children and their families and would be unlikely to meaningfully reduce employment, end quote.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Thompson.
Good. Ms. Plaskett, would you like to be recognized?
Yes, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's so interesting to me, the requirement that individuals work that our colleagues are so interested in. I wonder if there was a requirement to the billionaires to work when they gave them stock buybacks and tax breaks in the Tax Jobs Cut Act that they had. We know that what our plan is going to work. We know that 1 in 6 children in America live in poverty. In 2018, that was 12 million children. That was 12 million children under the plan that the Republicans had before the child tax credit, which has cut in half child poverty in our country. If that is not enough incentive to good Americans that children not live in poverty, I don't know what is. We are bringing a home ownership, the American dream. We talk about innovation. Wealth creation comes from home ownership. And that's what this bill is looking towards, the home ownership that many of us don't have. I know that my colleague means well when she says that that's how America started, by its own individuals working hard and doing. We know that that's not the truth. America was founded in many instances by exploitation of other people, by having slaves, by exploiting Native American people. Those are the things that built this country in many respects. Let's not be disabused of the truth of what founded this country. Not to say that we are not still the greatest country in the world. Let's not be rose-colored eyeglasses as to the truth of what this country is. We are working to bring equity in this country and bring a means for the middle class, not the wealthy class, to be able to have the innovation that my colleagues are so interested in keeping in America. And I oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, would like to be recognized on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we all want to help our fellow Americans that fall on hard times, but for the grace of God, go any of us at any time. I think those who are working hard to make ends meet and still struggling, I don't think one American I've met, Republican or Democrat, doesn't want to help people. Was envisioned by the founders and enshrined in the Constitution was not to have the federal government be the end-all be-all answer to all the problems and the safety net for all these very real challenges. And in fact, I would suggest that the federal government is the least efficient and least effective way to provide support for people and families who need it. And so I want to harken back now to 1996 when Democrat president of our country was also providing leadership to provide these or enact these long overdue reforms. He said in his remarks when the welfare to work reforms passed, he said that today Congress will voted on legislation on so many levels. That's just one of them. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman has yielded back his time. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. I want to point out that when we talk about a third of the children who are left behind because their parents didn't make enough to receive the full benefit until the American Rescue Plan, in Mr. Arrington's district, 44% of the children in his district were left behind prior to the change. And in Mr. Brady's district, 33% of children in his district were left behind. We know already since the American Rescue Plan, 3.3 million more parents have been able to provide enough food to feed their children, and 3 million children have been kept out of poverty. Incredible progress in just the couple months that's been in place. We need to keep moving forward. We make a huge difference for children and help kids whose families had been left behind based on the previous policy. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The chair is prepared to call the question. The question is on agreeing to the amendment. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
And you told him I wanted to turn.
I asked for recorded.
Brady has requested a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer? No. Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunes votes aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice?
Aye.
Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Yes. Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Smucker?
Would you turn your camera on, Mr. Smucker?
It's on. I vote aye. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We'd love to see you too.
That's the best
I don't know.
I've seen.
It's on from my end. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, no, that's okay. We'll proceed.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Hearn votes aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell votes no. Ms. Sewell?
No.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Would the clerk report the tally?
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Smucker?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thompson?
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order. The gentleman will be recognized as soon as the amendment is passed out.
And you can see me now, Mr. Chair?
No, I really can't, but proceed.
Okay, proceed now.
Wait 1 second more.
Okay.
All right, you're good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Democrats have spent the past few days talking about how to make the tax code fairer. But in typical fashion, many provisions of this bill apply only to a segment of the workforce. And I'm talking about the segment that is unionized. And in some cases, it also applies only to unionized companies. This is not